Non. Sacre bleu. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Is that real? Come on. Oh, it's okay. Good.
Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Jeff, for the question. Put your drum up.
Don't be creepy.
Climate and everything are the same. It's science.
Follow the rich white man.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Right now.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
That's hot.
What now?
How rude.
Have to have my China. China!
Consequences.
That's hot.
It's a great day. For being sad.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Look at that, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are again. Galactic Thursdays. Hope you're all doing well so far, but we got a lot to do, so we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. This journey might be treacherous, as our destination is unknown. Okay, let's see who is here. I see Soul Life was last. I don't even see Soul Life at all. But Bad Lefty, Disco Wolf, Aaron W, Mono, Dirk Gently, Normal by Nature, The Anti-Corporatist, Omega Star, and Nightbot. Nightbot's here too. Good to see. Good to see you all. Oh no, I'm on top chat. It's a disaster. Okay. Oh, and thank you for the resub with Prime, Mono. I see you've been subscribed for 4 months, which is, I think, the maximum number of months that you could be subscribed with Prime. So good job. And much appreciated. You've taken Jeff Bezos' money and given it directly to me. And I can always get on board with that. Now, I figured we would start in the United States. Talk about something we talked about earlier. I believe it was perhaps Sunday. This is a follow-up on the Tyreek Hill versus Miami cops situation. We're going to start with CNN, who had on Tyreek Hill for an interview.
Breaking news for you tonight is that Miami-Dade County Police have just released this dramatic new body cam footage of the NFL star Tyreek Hill as he was pulled from his car and placed in handcuffs yesterday.
Please hold.
Get up, get up! Get up, get up, get up!
Please hold. Multiple problems. Sorry, it's been 2 days since I've streamed. Well, not really. I streamed on Tuesday, but I didn't do the real stream Tuesday. So I still feel bad about that, I think. So that's why I'm saying it's been 2 days. But it's really only been 1 day. Took off hump day. How is everyone, by the way? Sorry, I'm having to reboot some piece of software here. Should be back up and running in a moment. Everything else seems to be running perfectly fine. But for whatever reason, macros are not bound to my software here, causing great problems. How about now? Oh, there we go. Perfect. That's great. I deserve breaks. How nice of you to say that. Alright, let's try this again.
Breaking news for you tonight is that Miami-Dade County Police have just released this dramatic new body cam footage of the NFL star Tyreek Hill as he was pulled from his car and placed in handcuffs yesterday.
Get up, get out! Get out, get out, get out! Get out! Damn! What part of product doing this now? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. Help, I'm being retrieved. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand?
He technically doesn't have to do that.
Just a few moments later.
Now, remember this. And the fact is, I don't think they bring it up at any point during this conversation. And it doesn't always end well, as you just saw. Oftentimes that may be dependent upon a number of factors. But in reality, legally speaking, at least in all the states that I'm aware of, you don't actually have to leave a car unless you are under arrest. I mean, that may cause more problems by claiming such, but it's true. And it is certainly, he was complying up until this point, as we've already seen on this and other body cam footage previously. And yet, that's what happened there.
This happened.
Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. I just had surgery.
Oh my God.
I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we go there. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Hey, don't do, bro.
That is so unnecessary. What was the point of that? He was already out of the car. He said he was sitting down and that he had surgery on his knee. And then this cop tackles him? Or at least, I mean, he bodies him to the ground, right? A man who's already, I believe, it appears like he's in handcuffs. We can watch that again. Yeah, you can see he's in handcuffs. That's a tackle. That's a tackle and a grapple. Oh boy. Okay. Now that dude's knee is worth like $1 million to the Miami, more than $1 million per season to the Miami Dolphins. So I'm sure they didn't appreciate this happening. Of course, that shouldn't be the highlight of this situation. Fact is that these police completely unjustifiably wrenched Mr. Hill from his car, and then after telling them he just had surgery on his knee, tackled him to the ground. Again, he was already on the ground previously.
Hey, don't do, bro. Back up. Hey, call Drew. Call Drew. Hey, call Drew.
Can't be on a public sidewalk.
Audio straight to the source tonight with the man in that video, NFL star Tyreek Hill, and also his attorney Julius Collins joined me tonight. Thank you both so much for being here. I mean, Tyreek, obviously, watching that video, just when you watched it back for the first time, tell me what was going through your mind in those moments.
Come see the violence inherent in the system.
Man, for real, you know, I was shocked, man. Like, it's crazy because it all happened so fast, man. But, like, for me, man, like, it just all happened so fast, and I really couldn't, like, gather everything that was happening. So it was crazy, you know. And me being a father, me being a husband and all that, man, I would just put myself in that situation like, hey, I got to be smart. You know what I'm saying? That's where I wasn't on that kind of energy. Like, I was chilling. Like, I was following rules. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't moving fast because, you know, I got injuries. You feel me? I got things that I go through. I play a physical sport. I've been doing this for a moment now, man. So I'm dealing with some stuff. So,
now, from what I can tell, the fact is I don't pay pretty much any attention to football, really. Like, and the Miami Dolphins aren't even my team. If I were to pay attention to football at all, it would be a different team. And so I basically know nothing about Tyreek. But from everything he said since this incident occurred, it seems like he is pretty non-political guy, and yet he's been saying a whole bunch of stuff that could be construed as political after this whole situation. And you know, the fact is his what do you call it, his deduction of the situation, I think, is pretty spot on. Has been. We've heard him talk multiple times. The press conference earlier from, I think it was on Sunday, to now.
I guess the officers, they felt like I wasn't doing it on their timing, but I was doing it. But you know, man, I'm still kind of shell shocked from it, man. Like I'm embarrassed, you know. But
well, and when you watch it,
here we are.
You just lost a bet on Tyreek tonight. You were betting on Tyreek. Wow, putting money on. I don't think that should come into play in this situation.
Can you tell us what happened with the moment with? You didn't see it there in the video, but you're in the car. They're yelling at you to roll your window down. What was happening there?
You know what? When the officer came up and knocked on my window, I let my window down, cooperated, gave him my ID, and then I immediately let up my window. And then after that, I let back up my window, and then he came back to the window and was like, "Let your window down now. Let your window down now." And then I let it down. That's when he said, "If you don't let your window down, I'm gonna snatch you out the car." I was like, "Sir, my window is down. Like, what do you want?" I'm not trying to cause a scene because, if I let my window down, like people walking by, driving by, they gonna notice that it's me, and they gonna start taking pictures. And
yeah,
I didn't want to create a scene at all. Like I just really wanted to get the ticket and then just going about my way, and then just just have a great Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact is, I mean, come on. He is in a $500,000 McLaren on the side of the road outside of a football stadium. Pretty recognizable guy, especially if you're a football fan. All of this did wind up on the internet. It all did create some kind of a situation. And all could have been avoided by the police just kind of doing their jobs the right way and going about their business. If he in fact, went too fast or went through a stop sign without fully stopping, whatever it was, it's still not entirely clear. But he apparently, got some kind of, moving violation. But beyond that, the rest of the supposed policing that we've seen here is just unnecessary.
You know what I'm saying? Because really, like, I really could have just kept going to the stadium, but I really just pulled to the side, just chilling. Because I was that close to the stadium. Like, I was that close to, like, our entry level I was that close to the players' entry level. And then from that moment, the guy came from the back. He was like, "Hey, get out." He was like, "Hey, I'm about to snatch you out the car or whatever." You know what I'm saying? And then it just all
we heard it.
there. Because I was finna get out my car. You know what I'm saying? Because they told me to get out. Because I was getting out my car, but the way that my car made is like a dip inside of McLaren 720S.
Well,
so
it happened so quickly. I mean, it's like right after they direct you.
It's in a very low car. McLaren, like you're saying, it's a very low car, very low seats. You just got done with the knee injury. He's trying to take it easy, and they just rip this guy right out of the vehicle unnecessarily. The whole thing, like I said, it's just completely unnecessary. The more and more that I find out about it, just... I mean, granted, now one officer is being detained right now. Or not detained, sorry. Suspended. I misspoke. He was the one that was being detained. The officer, one of the, at least, but it's not clear even which officer. I would assume is the one who pulled him out of his vehicle. But I don't even know 100% which officer is being detained at this time. But let's see. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. Cops power tripping. Yeah, it was an ego thing, right? He saw a guy, a black guy, in a car that probably cost more than the car that he drives and the police trooper car, whatever it is, combined, and just decided he would show this guy something, show him his power. Oh, you think you're cool? Watch this. I can put you on the side of the road right now. How's it feel, right? How's it feel to how's it feel to bear the wrath of my hurt ego? Alright, now let's go here. This is Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Jamal Bowman responded to this situation after Tyreek did his interview on CNN. Let's watch this. Forbes breaking news clip factory here has the goods.
Peace, 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 peace and love, peace and love. So I'm following the reaction of the situation that happened yesterday in Miami with the Dolphins player Tyreek Hill and his teammate who were detained by law enforcement. I'm listening to his teammate, you know, kind of recap the story, and it's obviously incredibly distressing and quite emotional, quite honestly, to just hear the retelling of the story. And again, whenever a situation happens with police officers and black men and black people in America specifically, it's always emotional for me on a real personal level. But, you know, this player is talking about, you know, how his fathers trained him and forewarned him to engage with law enforcement, and all of our fathers, and me as a father, we kind of do the same thing with our kids. And like, it's crazy because, you know, you hear language like a few bad apples, a few bad apples. We're talking about law enforcement officers from different departments in every corner of the country, it feels like, exhibiting this behavior over the course of the almost 50 years I've been alive, and of course prior to that. Many of us, maybe not enough of us, know about the history of law enforcement and how it was founded and how it was structured. This is not a few bad apple situation. This is a cultural problem that certain officers continue to make it into the force to do the things that they're doing. Yesterday, I'll wait for the initial evidence, but the man is handcuffed, he's not a threat. Why is he then being physically assaulted to the ground?
Exactly, Jamal, exactly. And unfortunately, we lost Jamal. I believe at the end of this year, his term will be ending, as he was one of the progressive pro-Palestinian members of the House who lost races against heavily funded AIPAC sort of bought candidates. And was it 3? I can't remember. Was it 2 or 3? Either way, gotta get him back in office. How long do those terms last in the this isn't the 12th district in New York. What? I don't even remember. Anyways, we need to watch the whole
Minowep gifted a tier 1 subscription to One Great Earth.
Hey, thanks for the gifted sub, Moanoep. I don't think that the Twitch bot's doing a great job of saying your name, but thank you. Who did I get? One Great Earth. Oh, that's very nice of you. You know what sucks? I'm supposed to get paid in a couple of days by Twitch. And turns out I was a few dollars short from hitting the threshold that you need to hit on Twitch. And so I'm not even going to get paid by Twitch this month. Seems to have to wait a whole other month because they pay monthly, on a monthly basis. Because of course it would be way too much effort for them to pay us on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. It was very rude.
How rude.
By the way, I think I saw here that Twitch is
Now underscore by underscore
train.
nature just cheered 100 bits.
Hype train incoming. Hype train incoming. Does it mean we just started a hype train? Was that enough to start a hype train? Do we need more to start it? What's happening here? It says hype train incoming. I feel like that means it's starting. But I didn't get the normal hype train. What do you call it? Maybe we still need one other thing. Maybe we need more. Maybe we need another thing. I don't know. What I was gonna say is that I believe Twitch is adding 10%, was it? 10% or something like that to all bit donations over 300 bits.
One Great Earth just cheered 1 bits.
You have 4 bits
4
left, and you gave me one of them. Well, that's beautiful, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate you for doing it. I think we need more donos for the hype train. Either way, thank you for the donos, everyone. What are we doing now? Did I have more? Oh, let's quickly go to this. This is a CBS Miami from 23 hours ago discussing the,
Now will underscore by underscore nature just cheered 100 bits.
Aw, Narwhal, thank you. I appreciate you. Look at all these beautiful donos. What was I saying? Oh yeah, CBS Miami. This is from about a day ago. Tyreek Hill incident sparks concerns about Florida's new law impacting civilian police oversight. Because apparently recently, perhaps shocking to no one, Florida has undone old civilian police oversight. When I say old, I mean very old, intended to be, you know, a way to stop police from doing a lot of this sort of stuff. Perhaps not all, but at least some.
Tyreek Hill's confrontation with police renewed calls for police oversight groups.
A new Florida law bans local governments from giving civilian panels power to investigate police conduct. CBS News Miami's Larry Seward is in downtown Miami with reaction.
There's a lot at stake, for sure. For Rodney Jacobs, a father raising his family near Miami, Tyreek Hill's traffic stop caught on body-worn camera feels personal. Especially as a black man, we have to say we can do better. I can't tell you the amount of times where people have pride in our office that say, I've been a victim of police misconduct. Someone just listen to me? Will someone just talk to me? This lawyer and former Army intelligence officer leads the City of Miami Civilian Investigative Panel. Citizens without badges allowed to analyze police internal affairs cases, procedures, and recommend change. Powers that date back to the deadly McDuffie riots in the 80s. 44 years later, it's all on the brink. Without it, I feel like we're taking 10 steps back. A new Florida law strips the state's 21 civilian panels of power to investigate police conduct.
Oh,
it
good.
also bans city and county governments from passing or enforcing ordinances that allow...
You might be asking yourselves, who does that leave to investigate police? Well, I think you know the answer to that. I think you know the sad but true answer to that, which is the police. The police will investigate themselves. They always do a really good job of that and never overlook inconvenient details.
Miami-Dade's group shut down in June. Jacobs' group is asking a judge for an injunction, and they can still audit and publish closed internal affairs case details. With that, he sees a way to continue building community police trust, and he's hardly alone. Tyreek Hill's traffic stop by county police and the force used concerned authorities enough to release this video hours later and move one of the officers involved to desk duty.
I'm like, damn, is this really happening?
This wasn't Tyreek Hill. I feel like you'll be getting exactly zero press from CBS or any sort of focus from the local government. Not gonna lie.
But, man, I don't know, bro. Like, choked, pinched, kicked, all that, man. Get out!
While Hill called for Officer Danny Torres to lose his job, president of Miami-Dade's NAACP wants civilians involved in the investigation and able to share their findings publicly.
We continue to advocate for an independent review panel so that the people can address such allegations.
Lawmakers insist the new law brings uniformity to police conduct investigations.
Okay. All right, that's going to wrap up our sort of revisiting of this whole situation. Just felt like it deserved it with all of what has transpired since Sunday. I honestly thought it was going to be one and done. We did a video of it, I think, Sunday night. And then, you know, I assumed that would be it. The media would just ignore it, sort of try and sweep it under the rug, like the rest of the sort of police violence that happens on a daily basis. Still. Miami-Dade Donald? Oh, Miami-Dade, Donald. Like, hey, you're talking to Donald James X, who's clearly in chat now. Hello, Donald. Good to see you. Alright, let's go here. Oh, good. Yes. This is just... Fact is, we've been not talking about gun violence, or we hadn't been for a while until that mass shooting happened in Georgia at that high school. What was it called? Cherokee something or something like that. But you know, it still exists in other places. Let's not forget, Georgia's one of those places where they're always saying more guns, more safe, right? It's, you know, the South happens to be, I think, the most pro Second Amendment, pro gun rights, if you will. I think that's just factual. I don't need to go looking it up unless someone has news for me that it's changed recently. Let's go to a place that definitely thinks more guns means more safe. Houston, Texas. Good old Texas. Dashcam video captures rolling shootout near Cy Falls High School.
Imagine sitting at a red light when all of a sudden gunmen start firing into traffic as the light turns green. The terrifying situation unfolding this week outside of a high school in Cyprus, and ABC 13's Jessica Willey is live and she has more details on what else happened here. Jessica.
Eric, the gunman clearly with no regard for anyone around them, and as many as 20 shots fired, and the majority of those coming from a moving vehicle. It happened here at the intersection of Tuckerton and Huffmeister, right outside Cy Falls High School, and an open house night.
No audio needed to know how extreme this exchange of gunfire was. At least a dozen rounds coming from the white car on the right, the driver firing through an open window, the passenger shooting over
Jesus
the roof.
fucking Christ.
As many as 8 rounds ricocheting on the ground, appearing to come from off camera, and a man who eventually jumps into the silver car to get away. Innocent drivers caught in the
We're not responsible enough for the Second Amendment, people. It's very sad, but true. Stuff like that just makes it glaringly, just apparent. Like, what in the fuck is that? What in the fuck did we just watch? Why? And why? What and also why? Alright, now let's go to elections and politics and the debate and some of the contents of the fucking debate, which was just wild. If you were there live or if you've watched it since, you're probably aware of some of the crazy shit that happened during it. But first, like I was saying, let's talk about elections in general. CBS Colorado, I guess we'll start it off. It's from 3 days ago. Nearly 40% of Colorado's local election officials are new since 2020.
What?
It's true. It's true.
Over the last 4 years, local election officers have seen an exodus of top officials. According to the Bipartisan Policy Center, there's been a 36% turnover nationwide compared to 20 to 30% before 2020.
In Colorado, it's even higher at nearly 40%. As your political reporter Sean Boyd shows us, increased departures coincide with an increase in political violence.
When the Colorado Supreme Court barred former President Donald Trump from the state's ballot last December, his supporters were outraged. But the FBI says Teek Brockbank of Cortez went too far when he texted his stepfather saying, "The judges' names have been added to my list."
Illegal.
That list, a hit list that included not only judges, but Colorado election officials, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. It charged Brockbank last month after uncovering social media posts like this, calling for election officials to hang by the neck till they are dead, dead, dead.
I'd never had thought in my multiple years of being in elections that threats and attacks would be aimed at such a personal level.
Weld County Clerk Carly Kappas has received dozens of threats over the last 4 years, calling her a demon, whore, and hag, and warning of a blade to the neck and feathers, tar, and rope.
Yeesh.
One caller said she deserved to be gay raped.
Good.
Another said she deserved
Can't
to burn.
forget that one.
And one person wrote a letter saying, "You may be next."
It's not going to deter me. I'm still going to be strong. I'm not easily intimidated.
But many election officials are calling it quits. Based on analysis by CBS News, 25 of Colorado's 64 counties have lost at least one top-level local election official since 2020, meaning 39% of those overseeing the presidential election here are new to their job. And while
And, you know, I'm not shocked to hear that. If elections officials are receiving this many violent threats on the regular, I'm sure there's plenty of people who would rather just work a different job. You know, and the problem with this is that if the threat of violence exists in a situation, who is it that refills these positions, right? And how do we keep them safe? How do we know? You know, like, it's not good. It's bad.
overseeing the presidential election here are new to their job. And while many have a background in elections, the state has seen a net loss of 126 years of election experience.
There's been a significant amount of institutional knowledge that has left, which has been definitely unfortunate.
And it could get worse. A survey by Reed College found a third of local election officials feel unsafe at work.
Yeah, okay. Let's keep talking about the elections, election security, stuff like that. CBS Evening News from 3 days ago. U.S. seeing record number of turnovers among election officials. Quote unquote, mass exodus. So it's not just Colorado's local election official, it's the entire United States. It's probably bad.
As Donald Trump continues to make false claims that the 2020 election was stolen, he's threatened to prosecute election officials who engage in unscrupulous behavior. Over the next 2 nights, Eye on America will examine the effect of the lies and threats on the very people who run our elections. We begin tonight with CBS's Stephen Stuck.
In Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, the job of overseeing elections is getting tougher
as critics are getting nastier.
People want someone to be executed.
Supervisor Emily Cook's short tenure has been a rocky one.
I was the subject of a comment that said I should be drawn and quartered.
Just ask her boss, County Manager Ramilda Crocomo.
We should be thanking people like Emily. Don't threaten them, thank them.
Cook is the 5th director of elections in 5 years here.
You're seeing a mass exodus of institutional knowledge,
contributing to the county's problems in the 2022 midterms, when 16 precincts ran out of ballot paper.
We had a brand new leadership team that had never run an election independently before.
And mistakes were made.
And mistakes are made.
The DA there blamed mistakes on lack of training and experience.
Mistakes happen in elections all the time, and they don't rock our democracy.
With the nonpartisan OSET Institute, Edward Perez researches voting technology and how elections are administered.
What does rock our democracy is when simple mistakes happen, and when you have bad faith actors that are putting them under a magnifying glass and saying this is the end of our democracy.
Yeah, and when you have a mass exodus, as they're saying, from these elections officials' offices, and a bunch of new people in there, it's pretty... I think it should be expected that there will be even more mistakes that are made, calling into question, you know, even more stuff. And that's not going to help at all. Not this election. Donald Trump for months and months, I feel like the last year, he's been saying that the 24 election's going to be rigged, you know, just to get his supporters ready for a potential loss. Just has to sort of it was the was the phrase, I know there's a phrase for that. He's got to wet the wick ahead of time. That's a different phrase than I was thinking of, but whatever. I'm going to use that one instead. Stay away from Lila and Guantanamo. I'll do what I can. I'll do what I can. Let's go here. Georgia. Channel 4 News. 3 days ago. Could Georgia's new voting rules alter the U.S. elections? So not only are there a bunch of new officials all over the country, Georgia has new voting rules. How good. That's very helpful. And don't forget,
I had every right to complain that the election in Georgia
immediately, if not sooner.
And don't forget that Georgia currently is now definitely in play, even though it wasn't just a month or two ago. Kamala's now up, I think, incrementally in the polls there.
I had every right to complain that the election in Georgia was, in my opinion, rigged.
If there was one state that epitomized Donald Trump's fury over the outcome of the 2020 election, it was Georgia. Biden narrowly took this crucial swing state, and despite numerous alleged schemes to overturn the results, all Donald Trump's efforts failed. Now, with the next presidential election just weeks away, the former president's allies stand accused of trying to sow chaos with a last-minute change of election rules.
We're just tweaking the rules a little bit to make sure that it works the same across the board.
This is about suppressing the vote of black and brown people and women here in Georgia.
Now, their rule will allow them to not, at least supposedly, well, I don't know how they can pass this and have it actually hold up on election day, federally. But on a statewide basis now, at least from my understanding, they can hold off on certifying the elections. So on November, when's it supposed to be in? All in on... Hold on. I forget whatever day it is. Whatever day that they're supposed to have these, they can, I think, essentially, indefinitely, at least according to this new Georgia law, postpone the certification of the election. So, you got that to look forward to.
Georgia is the birthplace of the civil rights movement. There is nothing they don't know about voter suppression here, which is why the appointment of 3 pro-Trump individuals to the state election board and their introduction of a slate of new voting rules that allow individuals to question the outcome of the elections has Democrats and even some Republicans up in arms.
We've been pushing back against misinformation.
One Republican in particular. Remember him?
So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
It's Brad Raffensperger, Georgia's Republican Secretary of State,
And we have fair, secure, accurate elections here in Georgia.
who famously refused to do Trump's bidding in 2020, was then removed from the state's election board, and Trump loyalists.
They have 2 months, you believe? So that would be the day of the actual certification of the vote, right? It'd be like a day before January 6th.
Installed instead, and it's they who've passed new rules to make it easier to challenge election results in the future.
I've been very clear that the state election board's a mess.
But how can you undo that mess, though, that you just described? Because isn't that a real problem here?
My job is to do my job. And my job is to walk that line of integrity. People have to walk a different line if they want to.
I want to introduce our newest member, Janelle King, who just joined the board.
Janelle King is one of the appointees to Georgia's election board who's accused of walking a different line.
So you certify and then you investigate, correct?
She and her Republican colleagues have the majority on the board and controversially passed the new rule that gives local authorities carte blanche to make so-called reasonable inquiries about the election result before they certify it.
Now, there's no clarity on what counts as reasonable, and so that could mean a whole host of different things to different people, as I'm sure you could imagine. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Let's just watch from, like, I want to say around here.
What this sounds like is that we are going to get more chaos in those hours after the American people vote. If this happens, I mean, do you believe that the Republicans on your state board are doing this because they're trying to get Donald Trump into power?
I'm not going to speculate about their motivations, but what I do know is they have outright stated, some of the Republicans on the board have stated that they think that superintendents should be able to throw out entire scanners worth of ballots. So 5,000 ballots at a go. So I'm going to take them at their word and believe that that's what they want to do.
Right, and I mean, and the implication of that would be what? You know, that the election result is not safe, or that there will be delay. I mean, how do you see this playing out? You know,
I have enormous faith in the county election administrators. I have enormous faith in our courts. I believe that the elections will be certified on time, but I also believe that there will be a narrative and there will be disinformation about the process itself, and there will be a fair amount of chaos, at least within the public, within the media. But I think if it has to go to the courts, I think the courts will sort it out.
So the danger is that were Donald Trump to lose, the narrative will develop over things like this, that this election was also stolen. That's your fear.
That is exactly my fear. I mean, 4 years on, and we still have election officers, election administrators getting death threats. We still have...
Yeah, we were just talking about some of those death threats. And thank you for the resub, Omegastar, 4 months at Tier 1. Much appreciated. So many awesome people on Twitch donating today.
You should see my inbox. We still have people who believe...
It's never good. It's never good. You should see my inbox. There's one spot I think I missed. Is it? Oh, it's right here.
Your Republican colleagues have been installed on the state election board to be pro-Donald Trump.
Yeah.
In the event that come November, he doesn't win, and you could potentially halt the certification of the election to launch
I think she's planning on doing that.
into allegations of fraud.
All we're doing is ensuring.
Do you see that she's like nodding and smiling about it? It just looks like she's thinking that's the plan. We're going to not certify the election if Donald Trump doesn't win. We're going to figure out everything we can do to right that wrong, reverse engineer that win for Donald Trump in Georgia.
Inquiries into allegations of fraud.
All we're doing is ensuring that these election officials have all the confidence they need in order to certify within that allotted time frame. Even within the rule, it says that they have to certify by the same time frame as every other state in the United States. So,
except everybody is going to be doing it much sooner than what they're talking about. What it sounds like, it's not clear, and it's not making a lot of sense as to why they felt it needed to be changed. It does feel partisan. None of the explanations really add up for why this is happening. In Georgia, a place that Donald Trump needed to win in 2016, if I recall correctly. And I believe, at least in terms of all of the Republican sort of copium maps, Donald Trump needs to win for him to win this election right now. Although I suppose there are at least a couple of other routes for him, technically. But I feel like a lot of his apparent routes have sort of vanished ever since
Don James 1676 just cheered 300 bits. Cheer 300.
Nice. Thanks, Don James.
Twitch just cheered 60 bits.
Twitch
we
just
added
cheered
30
60
bits and 30 bonus bits to Don James 1676's cheer.
Wait, so that's like 20%. So they added 20% onto that 300 bits that Donald James just donated. Thank you so much. That's awesome. So many donations already today. I'm feeling blessed. Feeling blessed by all of you wonderful space fams. All right. Let's keep talking about the election. But I think we should move on to this. Far, yeah, we're an hour in. Yeah, we're only this far. Okay, yeah, let's go here. 3 days ago, apparently, Trump went full deranged. Actually, wait, did we skip this? No, let's go here. Let's go to this. Let's go to Zateo from a day ago and talk Project 2025 and the
Trump's
billionaires
also now pushing
funding
this lie of...
No, not right now. Not right now. Not right now, Sam. Sorry.
If
Too
you're a
long.
subscriber to Zateo, as I know you all must be, then chances are you're well aware of Project 2025.
Wait,
Yes, the
Candace
dangerous
Owens was
far-right
banned from
policy agenda
YouTube?
that Trump is desperately trying to deny involvement.
Please hold. Wait, was Candace Owens really banned from YouTube? Is this true? If so, I feel like I'm gonna have to add a video that's somewhere in here. Maybe the bonus vid at the end there. Is that true? Is this true? Candace Owens gone from the YouTube already? No, I see her. No, her channel's still... No, she still got her 2.5 million subs. Her paltry 2.5 million. She seems fine. I think she's fine.
If you're a subscriber to Zateo, as I know you all must be, then chances are you're well aware of Project 2025. Yes, the dangerous far-right policy agenda that Trump is desperately trying to deny involvement with, despite over 140 of his former staffers having worked on it. And the DNC were focused on it too last month in Chicago, with Democrats zooming in on the bits from it that they think voters will be most concerned about, like the project's plan to create backdoor abortion bans and the vast expansion of presidential powers, both of which are indeed major threats to our democracy and to our rights. But what they're not really mentioning is how this is more than just a plan from the MAGA masterminds. It's also from and for the country's ultra-rich oligarchs. I'm talking about people like the Koch family, the oil billionaires, famous for using dark money to kill climate action time after time. I'm talking about the groups run by people like Leonard Leo, who with the help of billionaire donors like Harlan Crow, Paul Singer, and yes, the Koch family, used his influence over Trump to create the Supreme Court's current conservative supermajority. Leo and the Koch family are just a few of the big money meddlers who have already helped funnel millions into Project 2025. On top of their donations, The Lever has also reported that the Heritage Foundation, aka the organization behind Project 2025, has received over $18 million from Wall Street's donor-advised funds since 2020, and that number is only continuing to increase. Now, whether or not all that support is the cause or the consequence of Project 2025's plan to water down campaign finance laws, one thing is for sure: those dark money oligarchs are becoming more and more successful when it comes to thwarting our democracy and its rules. That's exactly what former senior communications advisor and speechwriter to the Bernie Sanders campaign and founder and editor-in-chief for The Lever, David Sirota, exposes in his excellent new investigative podcast series, Master Plan. The show takes you through a decades-long scheme to effectively legalize corruption in the United States of America, and David Sirota joins me now. David, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
David, when people talk about the normalization of dark money and billionaire influence in our politics, they tend to go back to the Citizens United Supreme Court decision from 2010. But when you talk about all this corruption in Master Plan, you go back even further. Where do you start the clock when you look at the timeline of this corrupt influence on our election system?
The early 1970s is where all this really started. There was the Watergate scandal, which was basically the first major campaign finance scandal of the modern era. I think a lot of people know about the break-in. They don't know that corporate money, illegal, secret corporate money, funded part of the break-in, and executives were prosecuted at the time. And after that came the post-Watergate campaign finance reforms. But at the same time that was happening, those victories were happening, there was a guy named Lewis Powell. He was the head of the American Bar Association, a tobacco industry lawyer, who wrote a memo for the Chamber of Commerce that was a directive that corporations needed to do a much better job of essentially owning the government, because the government had become too democratically responsive.
It was too democratic
to the public.
Oh,
and
no.
what ended up coming out of that was a series of task forces that included some of the executives of the top biggest corporations in the country, and they focused on taking over the judiciary and deregulating the campaign finance system. So baked into the post-Watergate campaign finance reforms, as one example, were the loopholes that created corporate PACs in the first place, an explosion of corporate PACs. What came out of that, the conservative legal movement from the Powell memo, was the case, what was then a radical idea, that money in politics isn't corruption. Money in politics is constitutionally protected speech. The Buckley v. Valet.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, that's when things really went off the rails, didn't they? The declaration of money as free speech. Okay. Now, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing right now just because of how much I have to cover today. The fact is, I was incredibly restrained today. I cut the videos down by a great deal. Started off with 120 videos and managed to cut it down to a great bit. Quite, reduced. We're gonna get through it all. Hold on, I just want to watch. Where is it?
Twitch just cheered 6 bits. We added 3 bits and 3 bonus bits to Don James 1676's power-ups redemption.
Wait, what? That's wild. That was from, what was that from? You just gigantified an emote? They just automatically upped it? Interesting. And those are way cheaper. Those are like, what are those? Like 50 cents? 50 bits? Excuse me, not cents. Bits. Of course.
Money and the short circuiting, and thank you for that summary. Let's now look at what's happening today based on what started in the 70s. We have Project 2025. We have the Heritage Foundation, which has got a lot of money, as your news outfit, The Lever, has reported. Wall Street has donated millions to the Heritage Foundation, which then gives Trump Project 2025. What specifically, obviously we know generally you mentioned, but what specifically is in it for Wall Street here? What are they going to get out of this?
It's a great question. I mean, there's all sorts of efforts to rescind the regulatory regime, the frankly weak regulatory regime that exists to regulate banks and financial institutions. Stuff like how much money you have to keep in reserve, capital requirements and the like, how much federal regulatory oversight on what kinds of investments you're making. Same thing with the SEC. And I should mention that this all, Project 2025 directly goes back to the same plan we're talking about. The Powell memo inspired the seed funding for the Heritage Foundation, the major donor, a guy named Joe Kors. We uncovered that. Others have noted that. And the Heritage Foundation found its niche in creating these long, detailed policy templates for Republican presidents. Project 2025 is the 9th iteration of what it was called Mandate for Leadership. And the reason to be concerned about it is because when we've seen other Republican presidents come into office, they have used Mandate for Leadership to implement these policies. This is not just like pie in the sky stuff. The Project 2025 in the Mandate for Leadership series is designed to be implemented on day one.
The fact is they're already hedging their bets because of the fact, there's concerns about Trump and whatever else being able to even get elected anymore. The polls have not been looking good for him anymore. But you hear about all these big donors giving to Kamala and then saying, hey, you should really think about getting rid of that very annoying Lena Khan. She's very anti-business. Stuff like that, right? So, they're hoping to get at least some of these regulations done. Granted, of course, Project 2025 goes far more than any sort of donor, I think, could get out of a Democratic president. I'd like to think, at least. Although, I don't know. We've seen crazier things, I suppose. Where are these purple... What are these? Purple, September emotes. I see. Animated purple September emote mouths that move up and down on Twitch. That's pretty exciting. Alright, let's go here. Let's look at some of the polls and talk about some of the polls. First, let's watch some videos about people talking about the polls. Here's CNN from a day ago, Harry Enton, on how Harris's debate showing may affect Trump's chances.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You have 25 likes. Okay, hold on.
I think the saying goes, debates don't win elections necessarily, right? Both the Trump and Harris campaigns are spinning the debate as a win for their candidates. We wanted to know what debate watchers thought. CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton is here with a brand new suit, by the way.
Oh, yes.
He's also running the numbers. That's a new one. I know I'm right?
It's a tan. I haven't worn this in years. I don't know if it's brand new, but it's brand new for you, and I wanted to match you.
A tan suit, by the way.
Tan and a little bit of tan. There we go.
We're matching. All right. What did you find here as far as how this was received.
Yeah, I'm just going to use a scientific term, and that is that the vice president crushed Donald Trump. All right, so how did the vice president, how much did she crush him by? Look at this. First debate winner margins. Look at that. She won by a 26-point margin, nearly matching Trump's margin over Biden back in June when he won by 34 points. Very similar to Joe Biden's margin of over Donald Trump back in 2020 of 32 points, and significantly higher than the 2016 margin that Hillary Clinton had over Donald Trump in their first debate, just 13 points. But the bottom line here is debate watchers, and they actually leaned a little bit more Republican than the nation as a whole, believe that Kamala Harris easily won this debate. Again, the scientific term is she crushed former President Donald Trump.
All right. Will we see, though, a change in the polls?
He said that very quickly, but if you missed it, Harry just said that the debate was watched more by Republicans than it was watched by Democrats. That's an interesting tidbit that I guess I wouldn't have expected. I would have assumed it was sort of an even 50-50 split, but apparently Republicans' minds were made up less than Democrats. That's sort of contravenes anything I was expecting, especially because you see them at the Trump rallies. There seems to be like a pretty staunch support for Donald Trump from his supporters. In general, seems almost unhealthy, if you were to ask me. And yet, or maybe it was just out of support they were watching before. I don't know. Who's to say why anybody watches a debate?
Or a bump for Harris?
I think that the most likely scenario is that you will, in fact, see a rise in the polls. Why? Take a look at the last 4 times we had a first debate and look at those winners. Did they see a rise in the polls? Yes. Mitt Romney in 2012, Hillary Clinton 2016, Joe Biden 2020, and Donald Trump earlier this year. They all saw rises in the polls of 2 points or more. And given how close this race is nationally, given how close it is in the swing states, do not be surprised if Kamala Harris jumps out to a lead nationally, and don't be surprised if she jumps out to a slight, small lead in those key battleground states.
Yeah, I think we probably will be perhaps seeing that in the future. Hold on, I think there was more I wanted to see. Actually, no, that last piece, not important. All right, let's go on here. Here's the Majority Report with Sam Cedar from 12 hours ago. Post-debate poll spells bad news for Trump.
One of the things that the Harris campaign has seen in terms of their polling is people, more often than not, almost every election is like this, they want change. And so the challenge for Harris is how to seem like the change candidate when she's obviously been in the administration for 4 years. Donald Trump has a similar challenge, because we've seen him before, but people forget after 4 years.
That's why his favorables are up than when he left office.
Yeah.
Is this the first moment, her opening statement, this number 7?
Yeah.
Okay. So, or I should say, it's not even an opening statement. They didn't give them an opening statement. They start off with questions, and she clearly wanted an opening statement. But the point is, they ask, how are you better off now? Because it's the classic thing that you ask of an incumbent. She does not want to be seen as the incumbent.
Yep.
This was a challenge that she had throughout the debate, and frankly, nailed it every time. Like, it was always about looking forward, not looking back in terms of like the administration.
And at points, because Trump kept talking about Biden, and we'll get to that, I'm sure, but she said, "I am not Joe Biden," and then would pivot and define herself as being forward-looking. And she'd also sometimes go back and talk about Trump and COVID and some of the more chaotic things that he sowed. So that, like, the coaching on that front was extremely effective, and she delivered on and executed the game plan.
Yeah, apparently Tim Poolfan says the slogan from Veep when she ran for re-election as president was continuity with change.
It's really
and that is sort of right.
Yeah,
That's what's
it is,
happening.
seriously.
Check it out.
Thoughtful debate. So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is
They're starting right at the beginning.
their number one issue.
Oopsies.
And that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Trump were elected 4 years ago, and
You and Trump were elected 4 years ago. I love how he started it off with a complete gaffe. No, it was her and Biden. Trump lost 4 years ago.
Opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit.
No, I'm just going to say one thing. Because when I first heard it, I liked it. Then I thought a little bit about it. And, a $50,000 tax cut means you're making a certain amount of money as a small business. And I feel like, it's going to wind up helping people that are doing better than people that are doing worse. And instead of giving people tax cuts, just give people starting small businesses $50,000.
Opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said.
In fact, if we're going to do that, we might as well just give anybody under a certain income percentile $50,000 and say, hey, go start a small business or pay for your mortgage or something. Get a house, let alone, not that you can buy a house for $50,000, but you can certainly put a down payment on a house for $50,000 if you have the credit.
That Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
All right. And now, so she doesn't answer the question.
No.
No, I think she could have, frankly.
But you get what I'm saying, right? You get what I'm saying over there, right? Because, to be paying $50,000 in taxes as a small business, you have to be making quite a fair amount of money. You have to be doing a pretty good amount of business, and a lot of small businesses just fail before ever paying $50,000 in taxes. Just saying,
Because she could have started off by saying 4 years.
And a lot of people with good ideas don't start businesses because they don't have the capital to even consider trying it. They have to do what they can to survive, right? I don't know.
we came in and unemployment was at record levels.
Yep.
And our supply chain was completely screwed up, and it would create inflation. And we were threatened with poverty and whatnot. And we came in, we started to do X, Y, and Z. Inflation is down. Those numbers there was probably access to them last night. I don't know if that's possible, maybe not, but certainly inflation is going down. The census information that was released today, wages, incomes are up, and she can say we cut poverty, and unfortunately, because of the Republican Party, we weren't able to maintain that. But we're headed in the right direction, and then she could have gone forward there. But she was like scrupulous from the beginning. Don't look back on and don't associate herself on some levels with the Biden administration.
Well, you could see that was.
And that's part of the dance that Kamala's been trying to do, that I've been kind of talking about since the very beginning of sort of what are we calling it now? The Biden coup. After the coup. She's been having to sort of do a dance and stick to the Biden administration talking points while also making herself somehow distinct from them. It is complicated. It's certainly not a minefield I would personally like to be navigating. They need to eliminate the resources limit for people on SSI so you can start saving money. That does seem reasonable.
Her most shaky moment, honestly, because her voice quivered a little, right? I mean,
so I think she was nervous.
I would be. I don't know about you. I'd be pretty damn nervous. Like I will get the rating soon, but I would imagine this is one of the most watched debates in history. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't love the phrasing about the focusing on the middle class stuff, but you know, it polls well in terms of people want to perceive themselves as middle class, even if they aren't.
Yep.
It's not the phrasing that I would use.
Opportunity economy is one of the most noxious things I could imagine.
And she didn't emphasize the stuff that is in her platform that's more progressive that we like the price gouging stuff. I was waiting for her to zero in on that. But as we said repeatedly last night, this is not for us. This is to assure people who are squishy about a woman, who are squishy about her being perceived as too liberal. This is about getting those people to vote for her. They're going for the moderate Republicans even. But I do think that there are people like that who would be willing to vote for Harris. And so it's not my favorite in terms of the expectation or for progressive policy in terms of how it was emphasized. But you see what the strategy is here, and I can respect that in and of itself.
Just from CNN, just a couple of statistics. Debate watchers said 63 to 37% that Harris turned in a better performance. Now, understand these group of watchers started off 50% saying Harris would do better, 50% saying that Trump would do better. So they had the exact same expectations, but clearly the people who thought Trump would do better changed their mind. Here's the other.
Which is even more devastating for Trump when you add in that little statistic we picked from that CNN video before, that more Republicans watched the debate than Democrats, right? Which means that more Republicans were turned off to Donald Trump than Democrats were. I mean, what do you call it? Lifted up by it. And I mean, the fact is, if you can just depress the Donald Trump vote in a few key places, it'll change the whole state of this race.
Among voters who watched the debate and identify as political independents, Harris' favorability rose to 48% after the debate, up from just 30% before.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now,
that is wild.
Like I say, I get nauseous when I hear the opportunity economy, because that is sort of that's Obama talk.
It is Obama talk. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And I am excited that Harris won the debate, both I think in style and substance, and in terms of what the media said, and that it's going to help her get reelected. But we can do two things at the same time and be aware that there are going to be big challenges. We'll talk more about that later, but big challenges as progressives. I think with.
Yeah, and I think Sam is right about that. Especially with the amount of money that has flown into her campaign. We're going to have to really fight to beat out that, what just seemed like a goddamn torrent of fucking capital went flowing into her campaign after Joe Biden backed out. I think she's nearly gotten like, I don't have the numbers in front of me now, but I think it's approaching like $750 million since in the last month and a half. All right, let's quickly look at this. Here are the latest polls. This is from 538. As you can see, Harris has gone up ever so fractionally, by 0.2. And this is just the aggregate national polls. Let's quickly look at the state votes. Arizona. Trump is still up but he's lost 0.2 since the debate, it looks like. Might as well look at Georgia while we're here. Looks like that's still flat. Now, a lot of polling probably has not happened or been made available since the debate. That would be my guess. Although people are trying to get those after debate polls in there as quickly as possible. You think that's about right? Wait, it was about right. I assume you're talking about something I'm talking about right now, but I just don't know exactly what you mean. Michigan. It looks like Harris lost 0.1 of a point in Michigan since the debate. In Michigan, why do I keep clicking there? Stop that. All right, let's go here to Nevada. Harris has essentially stayed in the same place since, or actually lost a 0.1. It's getting even tighter somehow. Looks like, at least for now. Let's go here, North Carolina. Still the same. Still point. Actually, no. Up 0.1 for Harris. Is that up 0.1? Wait. Oh, no, that was going back. No, it's the same. North Carolina. Pennsylvania. Now, let's see here. Pennsylvania. She appears to still be in same spot as before. Probably once again because not a lot of polls have come out since the debate. I would guess by next week we see some more big polls come out. Who else are we missing? Wisconsin, right? Yeah. Ooh. She appears to be up 0.2. Okay, interesting. All right, so she's ticked up in Wisconsin, and I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag over the board. I wouldn't draw too many conclusions from any of this right now, but still a tight race, clearly. All right, let's move along. Just wanted to hit those up. Try to hit them up, like, honestly, I've been hitting them up like multiple times a week now, it feels like. My estimate of Kamala's campaign funds. Oh, on $750 million being the number that she's near. That's a wild and ridiculous number. Right, where are we on all this? Did that. Oh, okay. Well, we don't need polls, at least in terms of the debate, because Donald Trump can tell us exactly how the debate went. Here's Channel 4 News from a day ago. And that's what you do, right? Like when you won, you go and immediately tell everybody.
When you have to show up, host debate and spin for yourself, you know things probably didn't go quite to plan. President Trump, did you win the debate tonight?
Well, the polls say 92% to 70.
92%.
I think we did great.
Did you feel you won?
I felt I won by a lot.
Did she get...
Wait, you went from 92% to, I think I did great. That was a really weird change in attitude. It's like, if it's 92%, you don't have to think it. You would clearly know that you did great. Which one is it?
You rattled?
No, not at all.
You seemed a bit rattled.
Everything's fine.
He claims he wasn't, yet it was clear the Vice President's plan was to do just that from the moment she boldly strode right over to him last night.
Kamala Harris, let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Let's have a good debate, she said, eyeing the man she'd never before stood face to face with until now, and he got off to a good start.
Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
She seemed nervous at first, but got into her stride during a fierce exchange on the issue that could decide November's election.
But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. Illegal. And that's not okay.
That's not okay. Even though I just made it up, it's not okay. It's not okay that the existence of the made-up thing, not okay. We write that down. Okay, so yeah, Donald Trump claiming that he won the debate, and that some mystery poll said that he won it by 92%. I'm interested to know who did that poll. Let's just move this along to Forbes breaking news. Oh boy, Forbes is gonna be good. Just in, Donald Trump asked point blank, "What did you say to Kamala Harris this morning?" Ooh. What did you say to Kamala Harris this morning? Let's find out. Execution. Execution, Kamala.
Just very polite. Very polite. For debate too? It was a great. We had a great debate. We had,
it's the very best debate.
On the debate, and we enjoyed it. I hope she enjoyed it too, but I enjoyed it. And no, we're looking at it, but you know, when you win, you don't really necessarily have to do it a second time. So we'll see. But I thought we had a great debate last night.
Wow. And look, I'm not the one. I didn't make that up. This is true. This is their title here. Just in. I can't. Why can't I highlight it? Let me. God damn you! Stop that. See it? You can't see it. But the way that it is all caps, just in. Trump asked point blank, quote unquote, "What did you say to Kamala Harris this morning?" And then it says, "Very good. It's a very good day. Very good debate. Thank you, Kamala. It's great talking to you." It's like, oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks, Forbes. Thanks for that. You got junk mail from Forbes trying to sell you legal and identity insurance for $50 a month. Wow. That's a lot of money. Does it prevent your identity from being stolen after the fact? Because didn't everybody's social security number get stolen last month? We did a story on this. We're all fucked. Alright, let's go here. Let's talk about something that's been mentioned in chat already. And as I assume something that everybody has heard Donald Trump say now. Here's Channel 4 News to start us off from a day ago. Where did Donald Trump's outlandish pet-eating claim come from?
A what now?
She called him on January 6th. He said, I had nothing to do with it. It was all Nancy Pelosi's fault. She was in charge of everything. I was just the president at the time and tried to grab the steering wheel from the Secret Service guy so that I could
forgot about this one.
You know, I'll tell you
I'm sorry.
something.
This is not the same thing.
In that answer, incidentally, it occurred to me as
But
you
you know,
saying this,
might as well start here.
I said, let's have
This seems
10,000
fine.
troops there. And they didn't want to, like, there was a lot of question about, like, Michael Flynn's, like, brother who is in charge of some of that. And I really wonder if, like, there was some sort of, like, part of their plan, in addition to having the Oath Keepers out on the perimeter and the the Oath Keepers were on the perimeter of Washington with weapons, incidentally, folks. I mean, this is all documented stuff. The Proud Boys were in amongst the crowd to get the crowd riled up and bust through the doors and beat up the cops. I wonder if they thought it was going to go one way where the presence of troops would actually help them. And that I wonder if Pelosi and the police chief of D.C. were a little bit nervous about how those...
I just realized this is in the wrong spot. I don't know, this got switched with a different video somehow. This is my bad. This is a great video. It's not the right spot, though. This is not where I wanted to watch this. This has totally ruined my whole vibe. This is unvibed me just now. I don't appreciate that at all. Oh God! All right, now you know what? Let's go to what I was saying we were gonna do, and then maybe we'll go back to this. That seems reasonable to me. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. That makes more sense. Where do we go? Here. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. All right, let's go here. Channel 4 News. Talk about ducks and cats. Apparently puppies. I don't know. It's all very confusing.
If this was the 80s before AI and the internet, today's headlines would read, Haitians ate my hamster. Or perhaps, migrants moggy meal deal.
In Springfield, they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
One of the takeaways from last night's debate, Trump reiterating the claim that Haitian immigrants in the town of Springfield, Ohio, were eating people's pets.
There have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Needs more dog. It was the type of talking point memes were made for. The Simpsons' fictional hometown, Springfield, featured heavily.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Before we look at the claim itself, let's look at the real.
It's actually good.
Tonight, Springfield, Ohio finds itself at the center of a raging immigration debate.
The real town has a population of around 60,000. In recent years, though, over 15,000 Haitian immigrants have arrived. Many have found work there. Alongside that, though, there have also been problems associated with so many new arrivals. But are they eating people's pets? According to the town's mayor and the local police, no.
We have not been able to verify any credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Finding the source of a rumor is next to impossible. This incident, though, was cited on social media as
yeah
evidence. It is not.
Why'd you kill the cat?
The woman arrested here for
Why'd you
killing
kill
an
the
eaten
cat?
is not Haitian, for one thing, and this took place in a different town in Ohio in August. There have been reports of people walking around the town holding dead ducks, mentioned here at a town hall meeting in August.
They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
The police again.
No. People eating ducks? Duck? Sacre bleu. I have never heard of such a thing. Except for duck l'orange. Duck confit, of course. Duck tartare. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, lots of duck. We'd have a roast duck or perhaps. Excuse me, I'm sorry about this. If there are any duck viewers, you may want to turn away soon.
Say no credible reports for any of this. It's hearsay for now, in other words. Nonetheless, Trump's running mate J.D. Vance, Ohio senator, has amplified these unproven claims. And last night, doubled down.
City officials have not said it's not true. They've said they don't have all the evidence.
They said they have no evidence.
These stories present a predicament for journalists because I can't definitively say that no Haitian migrant has ever eaten a dog in Springfield, Ohio, even though the authorities say there's nothing in the story.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the next one. Where are we at? Let's go to this. France 24 English from 14 hours ago. Trump's fake claim of Haitians eating pets. Oh, whoops. How did this get here? What is this?
Go, 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 go.
Oh, weird. That appeared to be a bunch of Americans shooting ducks to eat.
Now, to one of the viral moments of the U.S. presidential debate when Donald Trump falsely claimed that immigrants in Ohio are eating cats and dogs. The blatant lie was debunked by moderators in real time, but Donald Trump continues to stand by it. Solange Mougin is here joining me on set with more. Solange, great to see you. Firstly, this false claim of immigrants eating their pets in America was actually going viral prior to the debate.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory that the Trump team and his supporters have been pushing and were even pushing before the debate because it puts one of their stumping issues, immigration, front and center. And the issue of immigration is exactly what they believe could help Trump win votes and voters. The problem, though, is that the claims that they're making about eaten animals by immigrants, it's incredibly bigoted and it is false. But they keep coming and coming and coming. And if we look at the tweets by Republicans prior to the debate, you have J.D. Vance, who's writing on X, don't let the crybabies in the media dissuade you, fellow patriots. Keep the cat memes flowing.
Oh, there he is. Head cow trucker J.D. Vance. Essentially the, what do you call it, the progenitor of all of this, even though it's an old trope and a racist one at that, of Haitians supposedly eating animals that are uncivilized. Alright. Let's go here. This is CNN. Oh, wait, that's not CNN. This is the golden rule of duck hunting?
You farted?
It sounded loose.
Oh no. Was it you?
That's like taboo. You never fart inside the duck
Oh.
line when it can't escape.
This is right-wing maniac channel Barstool Sports, who I'm pretty sure... Wait, let me double check. Hold on. forgot to do this before. But I could have sworn. Well, it doesn't look like they've done a piece on this particular Haitian thing yet. But they did do a piece on March 29th to 2024 talking about Haiti was the most dangerous place ruled by de facto leaders. They didn't mention it all in here. It doesn't look like they pointed out that they were appointed by essentially the United States. But yeah, these are the same sort of guys who love these Haitian memes about cats and ducks.
No,
It's
Steve
weird.
was talking about how he wants to see Santa Claus in a red thong.
Okay, listen. Somebody farted. Nobody's acknowledging it.
It's probably you, Sid.
All the wind's blowing this way and curling up around Sydney.
They're just having fun. They're just doing American stuff. They're shooting ducks. And then I assume eating them. Cutting their heads off, just like they're accusing Haitian migrants of doing. And it's weird. It's weird how if one person does it, it's fine and it's normal and it's American and it's freedom.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
And then if somebody else does it, who might happen to be a different color, suddenly things get a little bit more confusing. I can't tell if it's good or bad. All right, let's actually go to CNN, where they visited one of the towns where Trump falsely claimed migrants are eating pets.
In the wake of a talking point last night about Springfield, Ohio, which we should say right off the bat is not supported by any evidence that we or really anyone has been able to find.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
He's talking about black people, Haitian migrants. And yes, that actually happened last night in the presidential debate. The former president amplifying a claim going around in right-wing media. He's also been citing the death of an 11-year-old Springfield boy last year when a Haitian driver, now in prison, hit the school bus he was riding in. Here's what the father, Nathan, said last night at a public meeting.
They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain.
Illegal.
This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio.
Well, tonight, Aiden Clark's dad built on his remarks, saying in a statement, the attention brought to our case in the last few weeks is 100% politically motivated. We've been grieving for over a year now, so why are you suddenly concerned? Politics. More on the politics of that and the related theories, conspiracy theories about house pets from CNN's Omar Jimenez.
When you hear allegations of Haitians eating dogs and cats and taking them off the street and stealing them from people's yards, what is your reaction when you hear that?
It was shocking to me, honestly, because the first question I asked myself, where in the world do people are eating pets?
Viles Dorsonville is the head of the Haitian Community Help and Support Center in Springfield, Ohio. He came to the United States about 4 years ago from Haiti, and he hasn't just questioned the nature of the recent rumors, he's questioned what they will do to his community.
It's just like xenophobia, it's just like bigotry, discrimination, and racist. And they do not normally take time to see the impact that can have on the mental health of the immigrants fleeing the country from all kind of chaos.
To be clear, former President Donald Trump's claims are not supported by evidence. In a statement to CNN, a spokesperson for the city of Springfield said there have been no credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community. But all of this has also come as part of a very real surge in Haitian population in Springfield.
We have realistically been saying 12 to 15,000 immigrants is what we have counted through the health department and other agencies.
And they are here legally under the immigration parole program. Once here, immigrants are then eligible to apply for temporary protected status. Haitian temporary protected status was recently extended and redesignated for Haiti, mainly due to violent anarchy in the country. But the total population of Springfield is around 50.
Yeah, because once again, people in Haiti were sick of the United States having made their government completely undemocratic, where they had thousands of elected officials 20 years ago and now have exactly 0. And they got fucking sick of it. And so some people left, some people rioted, rose up, and some people have unfortunately just been stuck there, subjected to the chaos. But you know, I think if anything, it says more about the sort of effects of of American foreign policy. All right, hold on, sorry. Thinking and trying to do multiple. We just need one more like to unlock our next emotional support character. Oh wow, it's true. On YouTube, if we had one more like, we would have enough. Oh wow, people are getting serious about the Pokemon game on Twitch. It would seem people have figured out how to play the game. I see the use of number of commands I haven't seen used before, so I think somebody found a command list somewhere. Now, let's go to Colorado really quickly to talk the other racist anti-immigrant rumor that Donald Trump had brought up. This one about Venezuelans at the parent apartment complex.
You see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently.
City of Aurora once again back in the national spotlight after former President Trump made those comments about Venezuelan gang activity during last night's presidential debate.
Google Trends now showing search interest in Aurora reaching a 12-year high. Thanks for joining us on Denver 7 News at 6. I'm Jessica Porter.
I'm Shannon Ogden. Glad you are with us. Denver 7's Christian Lopez digging into just what was said last night. She also has reaction from local leaders.
All eyes continue to be on Aurora, especially after Tuesday's presidential debate.
Can you imagine being a immigrant living in Colorado, let alone Aurora right now, with this kind of stuff going on and people talking about immigrants in Colorado in this way? Or not an immigrant, just somebody who maybe looks like an immigrant. Could be an immigrant, I don't know. Looks kind of sketchy. That sort of thing, right? I mean, that's what happens when this sort of rhetoric is just tossed around in this way politically by people with incredible power, like Donald Trump, who's running for fucking president and just saying, spouting off all these sorts of just nonsense, anti-immigrant, racist conspiracy theories. It causes real world harm to somebody somewhere.
We are hearing from Mayor Mike Kaufman, who says the remarks made by former President Donald Trump about the city of Aurora are simply not true.
The overreaction in all this has created an hysteria in terms of, you know, what is true, what is not true. And so I think it's important to set the record straight.
That's exactly what Mayor Mike Kaufman and other Aurora leaders say they're trying to do after the nationally televised presidential debate between former President Trump and Vice President Harris.
I don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield.
Former President Donald Trump said that Aurora was taken over by migrants and violently taking over buildings.
Immediately,
is that accurate?
if not sooner. No, it's really not. You know, there's no question that there's been some issues in several apartment buildings, but it's been so dramatically exaggerated that it's the entire city that is somehow overrun by gang or criminal activity, and that couldn't be.
I believe what he's referring to is the complaints of a supposed, like, what do you call it? like absentee landlord with numerous complaints from his own tenants, and it sounds like it is a completely fictional situation.
Further from the truth.
He also mentioned that a lot of the migrants coming into the United States are criminals and that crime is at an all-time high. Do you believe that crime is at an all-time high in Aurora right now?
You know, I really don't. Again, I think that there are some issues with several apartment buildings, and even those issues have been exaggerated.
Mayor Kaufman says he wasn't
Exactly. Okay. And even those have been exaggerated. All right. Now, let's go to this. Big news. Big news. Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris. Let's hear Trump's response after hearing about Taylor Swift's endorsement of Kamala Harris. Your CNN.
I knew the places they were talking about.
Wait.
I know the neighborhoods that they're talking about. I know what goes on in Snyder Park. I know that there's ducks and geese all year long.
Deal with that later. Actually, wait. Nah, fuck it.
Moments after the big debate, Taylor Swift announcing she is voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. She also used her endorsement on Instagram to take a jab at Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance, signing the post "Childless Cat Lady." Joining us now, CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister. She has jumped into the political fray with no abandon here.
She has, and you know, this isn't the first time that Taylor Swift has entered the political fray. Back in 2020, she did endorse Biden and Harris, so this isn't a huge surprise. But the surprise, Sarah, is that Taylor made an endorsement at all. It seems that for months there has been endless speculation on whether Taylor, who of course is one of the biggest stars on the planet, would make this endorsement, and this is the biggest endorsement from a celebrity yet for the vice president. Now, earlier this morning on Fox News, Trump was asked about Taylor's endorsement. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
I actually like Mrs. Mahomes much better, if you want to know the truth. She's a big Trump fan.
I like Mrs. Mahomes.
It was just a question of time. She couldn't. You couldn't possibly endorse Biden. You look at Biden.
I only like people who like me. And if that Taylor not gonna endorse me this time, that's it. Switching to Mrs. Mahomes. That's it. No more Swiftie for me.
Possibly endorse her, but she's a very liberal person. She seems to always endorse a Democrat, and she'll probably.
I'm pretty sure that's the mother of Patrick Mahomes, I would assume, or it could. Yeah, Donald James makes a good point. It could be Patrick Mahomes' wife. It's not clear. He doesn't make it clear, and it's a little vague. Either of it doesn't really matter. I don't think it matters to him. Either of the Mahomeses, as long as they are on the Trump train.
In the marketplace.
Now, when he says,
okay, all right. Actually, wait, hold on. I'll let her talk for like 30 seconds.
Brittany, he is referring to Brittany Mahomes, who is the wife of the football star Patrick Mahomes.
There we go.
She allegedly liked a post of Trump, so there's been a lot of chatter.
Ooh, she liked a Donald Trump post.
You see right there that Taylor and Brittany, who are good friends, they are hugging. They were at the U.S. Open having fun this past weekend. People made a big deal of that, but just like Taylor and Brittany, who are
liking a post and a political endorsement are the exact same thing.
Very famous in the real world, of course, Sarah, people have friends from all different walks of the political aisle.
I'm not sure she gives a rat's tail about.
Okay. So yeah, Donald Trump clearly, as expected, taking it really good. Very maturely, and very presidentially accepting the fact that Taylor Swift... Wait, no. Sorry, I take it back. Nope, he acted like a little baby man. He's very sad. He's not cool anymore. Was I ever cool? Was I ever cool? I don't even know anymore. I think sometimes maybe I wasn't that cool. People, they got really psyched, and I was like, hey, that's pretty great, and getting a lot of money for these donations. I wonder if I can spend it on a private jet. No, I can't do it. I have to be president? Okay, then. Okay, that's fine. Alright, now let's go back to Harry fucking Enton over at CNN, who apparently has some important news relating to all of this Taylor Swift stuff happening. Because, I guess they got some numbers for all this. I don't know what does it mean.
Taylor Swift using her moment on stage at the VMAs to call on voters to register, young voters especially, to register to vote. The night before that, she had announced her support for Kamala Harris. And one voter registration group has pointed to a huge spike in traffic and telling CNN the Swift effect is undeniable. Let's look at all of this. Harry Enton is here. So, undeniable.
Great
You
word.
get to be the judge on that. This all gets to young voters.
Yeah.
How much does she need help? How can?
Yeah, I mean, why does Kamala Harris welcome Taylor Swift's support? Why does she need the help? Well, let's just point out something that I have been noting all along during this campaign, and that is the underperformance that both Joe Biden and now even Kamala Harris has among young voters. All right, so this is the Democrat versus Trump margin among voters age 18 to 29 or under the age of 30. You go back 4 years ago at this point. Look, Joe Biden had a 28-point advantage. A 28-point advantage over Donald Trump. Now, you look when Joe Biden dropped out of the race, he was up by just 7 points. Now, Kamala Harris has improved on Joe Biden's standing, but look at this. She's only up by 15 points. That is significantly less than Joe Biden was up at this point among the youngest voters in our electorate. It's only about half the margin that Joe Biden was pulling in. So Kamala Harris will absolutely welcome in the support of Taylor Swift if she can move young voters at all, because the bottom line is Kamala Harris is, in fact, not doing as well among young voters as you might expect a Democrat to necessarily be doing based upon history.
And what we heard from Taylor Swift last night was a call to register to vote, get involved. Why? How much of voter registration, and why is that key? How important is that?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's go to the key battleground states of Pennsylvania and North Carolina, all right? And what we're going to do here is look at the Democratic advantage over Republicans in voter registration. This is party registration, registering as a Democrat, a Republican, or unaffiliated. Look, if you go back to September of 2020, look, among active voters in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you saw Democrats with, look at that, a 559,000 voter edge over Republicans. You jump now, look, Democrats still have an edge, but look how much that's dropped. It's now just 169.
I feel like in the moment, Harry is realizing this is from the full year, the full month, September 2020. And this is only from what I would assume is the first week or so of 2020. I don't know exactly what day. It doesn't say on this thing what day, but it's only the 13th right now. You gotta assume this was from yesterday, I think. No, like, all right, no, it's, well, yeah, this was from yesterday, but I don't know exactly when this came out. So it could still catch up. You know, 170 times what? 3? Gets you close.
We're talking about the Republicans closing the gap by nearly 400,000 voters in just a 4-year time span. You go to North Carolina, it's the same exact trend, right? You go back to September of 2020, you see Democrats with a 415,000 voter edge, and now they still hold an edge, but it's just 128,000. And of course, both of these states were determined by less than 100,000 voters back in 2020. So the bottom...
Yeesh. It's not good though. I don't like the numbers on this particular thing, and it makes me have weird daydreams about like turning points and other shit like that, and wonder whether or not they've been more effective than I've given them credit for over the years, and perhaps there was some sort of a lag to that. I don't know, but I think it's also partly because I think younger people have been disengaged. Younger people are also the most likely to be using apps like TikTok, which is a place where a lot of pro-Palestinian content happens to exist. And I think a lot of, ardently pro-Palestinian people, I'm just, thinking to myself, I'm a young kid, heavily pro-Palestinian, I've never voted before, or maybe I have, but it's only one time, I don't know, right? Maybe my political understanding and opinions are still forming, and I can understand why in that particular case and in a number of other cases why you might be apt to still be disengaged. Who's to say though? Who's to say? I think you have to compare this to how many are already registered as there were in 2020. The reporter's trying to downplay the swift uptick. I think you're right. The swift uptick will be real. I mean, she does have a huge number of supporters. I don't know exactly how many American supporters she has, but she's got tons just worldwide. But you gotta figure it will have some effect. Let's see. Let's go. I'm gonna save this for tomorrow, just because of how fucking long this has gone. How are we 2 hours in? This is wild. Oh, we've actually made really good headway. I just have 90 videos to get through today, so we're gonna have to skip one or two. Let's go here. CBS News from a day ago. Apparently, Mike Johnson's funding bill has collapsed in Congress. Oh no, I'm so shocked that Republicans still don't want to do anything. They don't want to fund the government. This is all very shocking to me. You see how shocked I am?
Our monitors take us to a live look at Capitol Hill, where today the critical House spending vote just collapsed. Speaker Mike Johnson spoke shortly after, saying his team is going to work through the weekend to try to revive that bill by Monday. Here's what he had to say.
No vote today because we're in the consensus building business here in Congress with small majorities. That's what you do. That's what I've been doing since I became Speaker. We're having thoughtful conversations, family conversations within the Republican conference.
Having family conversations. We're sitting down at the table. I'm setting the turkey. Mom's baking the bread. And we're having dinner. And we're going to eat the food. Okay, so everybody can stop asking me questions now. Thank you. I've clearly answered all your questions, and my name is Mike Johnson.
So, people have concerns about all sorts of things. That's how the process works, and sometimes it takes a little more time.
CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarlane is in the Russell Rotunda right now with all the details. What happened here that caused it to fall apart?
Imagine you sat down and somebody put a college calculus exam in front of you and said, go ahead and do it.
that would be difficult. This is the math problem the House Speaker is dealing with right now, Reed. He has lost more.
Oh yeah, is that the problem? He doesn't have... There isn't, like, literally, like, an ocean of staffers here to help him understand that. Come on. Get out of here, Scott McFarlane, if that is even your real name.
More votes than he can afford to lose on a bill that has to pass. That's a problem. We are 19 days away from the government shutdown deadline. The U.S. House Republicans were keen on this bill that they'd have to pass with almost only Republican votes. They have a narrow majority, and they've lost some of their own.
It doesn't have to only pass with Republican votes. It's just the way that things are in Congress right now because of the partisanship and the sort of unwillingness to work with one another, especially in an election year where a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people in Congress are up for election. They don't want to be seen as working with the evil other side and with the tiny Republican majority, which Mike Johnson just alluded to. It's very hard to get these things done. It puts basically the funding of our government in peril. Because he basically I think he's going to need every single Republican vote to get it done. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who of course loves funding the government. That's one of her favorite things to do. People like Lauren Boebert, who also just loves funding the government. Top 3 things on her list every day is making sure the government gets funded. Who else? Who else is in Congress that just, loves funding? You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying here? I mean, we could basically just go down the entire Republican fucking ticket, right? I mean, come on. The entire Republican side of Congress. But, I mean, I'm just starting with, of course, the fringiest of people. But, you don't need to put together too big of a Republican coalition to break up this tiny majority and to suddenly have an unfunded American government. Well, Mike, it seems like you got a big job to do, pal. Let's move on. Let Mike get to it. I'll come back to this later in the week, I'm sure. Actually, he said by Monday, right? So we'll talk about it next week. Here's a more perfect union from a day ago. Apparently, after all of the price-fixing stories that we've heard relating to people using price-fixing software, I thought maybe we would get a break from these sorts of revelations, but it seems like they're, in fact, just flowing in even faster than they were previously. So let's go to this, because apparently, according to More Perfect Union, hotels are using this software to fix prices, and it could be illegal.
Illegal.
Are you wondering why it's so expensive to stay at a hotel right now?
The rooms start at like $1,000, $1,500. Some of these hotel rooms, suites, go up to like $12,000 a night.
What do you get for
$12,000? Many hotels are
a
charging
night?
Are artificially inflated. That's the implication of multiple
If you
federal.
For $12,000 a night, you better get, I don't know, a share of hotel stock. I mean, what do you get? $12,000? What comes with that? It is wild. We got a real inequality problem in this society. We got homeless people, and then we got hotels charging for $12,000 a night.
Lawsuits accusing hotels of using algorithms to fix
With the expectation of people paying for that, supposedly.
And maximizing profits.
Enough for it to be profitable. Sorry, I keep talking. Sorry, I just talked over their whole get started thing because I'm being an asshole. That might be too far.
That's the implication of multiple federal lawsuits accusing hotels of using algorithms to fix prices in tandem, draining your wallet and maximizing profits across the industry. So how does it all work? In the age of big tech, there's no need to gather in smoke-filled rooms to rig rates. In fact, there's no need to communicate at all. Let's take a look at what happened in Atlantic City.
Illegal.
A lawsuit filed last year accused hotels, including Caesars, Tropicana, Hard Rock, and others, of an ongoing conspiracy to fix, raise, and stabilize prices. In the past, hotels that had higher prices were undercut by competitors offering similar rooms at lower rates. But all of that changed in 2018 when hotels started handing over their internal data to Sendin, a private equity-owned software.
You had better get an orgasm and free food for that? Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's just a start. $12,000.
Over recent decades, Sendine has evolved into a global leader for digital transformation in the hospitality industry.
The software, which uses algorithms to suggest, quote,
I mean, granted, this is a small, like, for a very small place, but like somewhere, someone is paying $12,000 a year for their mortgage, right? So many people are paying $12,000 a year for their, right? You're talking about one night? Who does it? What? Come on.
optimal prices for rooms is designed to solve the problem of, quote, competitor rate shopping. In other words, to bypass pesky competition in the market created by a platform where competitors could work together to keep prices high.
AI pricing, yeah. Well, I've been kind of raising the alarm on all that for a while, ever since I started this. You know, kind of talking about how they are using these algorithms to, what do you call it? Burn both sides. This is the wrong. I'm so terrible with I need a phrase book. But like burn both sides of the candle, right? Of labor and of of consumers, right? And I think the best example of it are things like the apps, right? You know, like we were talking about gig apps and stuff like that. But this is what's happening on a broad scale right now, where algorithms are being used against the workforce and against the consumers simultaneously, which really are kind of the same people, but you're just kind of getting it at, you know, different times of the day.
The hiked up prices set by Sendin are presented to customers who, according to the company, accept the prices 90% of the time. Now, here's where things get interesting. Since 2018, we've seen rates skyrocket, while occupancy has dropped. In 2017, the average hotel room in Atlantic City was $108 per night. In 2022, $178. That's a 65% increase in just 5 years. At the same time, occupancy rates fell from 87% to 73%. You might think lower occupancy would mean less money for the hotels, but because these hotels simultaneously raised prices, they were able to increase overall revenue. Sure,
It's fucking insane, but it's true. And it's not just happening with hotels, it's happening with rentals everywhere too, right? All the property everywhere, essentially going through different versions of this system, right? Real page. I'm pretty sure there's gotta be one for commercial real estate too, even though they're getting hammered right now, right? It's just, you know, it's just different forms of data just being brokered around to different people to use to cheat, basically to cheat the system, right? To collude with one another, the people at the top, to keep everybody else at the bottom, paying the most money that they possibly can. All right, where are we? All right, we're 2.5 hours in, which means I'm gonna need to save the rest of these U.S. stories for tomorrow. It looks like I just had so much shit to talk about today. We're gonna have to take our break. Otherwise, this stream is gonna be incredibly long. too long. Well, speaking of that stream, I hope you've been enjoying it. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Still, feels like we're much too far away from that 500 number on YouTube, which supposedly would get us the point of being able to be considered by YouTube as potential YouTube partner. And so we can start making money on YouTube. But till then, I am still relegated to making money in other potential ways. I think the way that I suggest to everybody, which I'm going to continue to suggest to everybody, is to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. For just $3 US a month. That's right. Less than a cup of coffee, less than a gallon of gas, pretty much less than anything. You know, per month you get all sorts of super sweet space benefits, like being able to put your avatar here poolside with me, and all sorts of other great stuff. Alright, we also have a Cash App and a PayPal set up now. Just to try and make this all make as much sense as it possibly can. Alright, links in chat in my bios on YouTube and Twitch. Enjoy this galactic intermission, and I will be right back. from my space break, which means it's time for the second half of the show. Alright, chat, it's time, so get back in your seats. We are ready for some environmental news. I hope you're ready for environmental news. I'm afraid it's not incredibly positive or upbeat. We can still try to have fun, though. But it might be tough. You know what? I'm gonna put this here because I just thought about it. We need a break in here somewhere. Yeah, that's a good spot. No, you're my friend. Perfect. Oh, thank you. Yes, it's good to be back. Where do we start? I guess you will start in Hawaii. Here's Hawaii news now from 2 days ago. We can save lives. Honolulu firefighters undergo free cancer screening. What? Now you might be asking yourself, why is that the case? Well, you will see shortly. Once I get us on the right video, please hold.
Honolulu's firefighters put themselves in hazardous situations to protect the public. Well, today they made sure to protect their own lives by taking part in free cancer screenings. Our Mark Carpenter has the story.
Make a fist with your hand and put it underneath here. Okay.
A test that could save a life. Honolulu firefighters underwent voluntary screenings for cancer Monday at the East Kapolei Fire Station. National studies have found that firefighters have a 9% higher chance of developing cancer than the general public, and they're 14% more likely to die of it. They're exposed to smoke and toxic chemicals regularly, but it's also recently been discovered that their own uniforms could make them sick. Many are made with forever chemicals.
That is amazing for me because as a firefighter, we've never really looked into our PPEs being part of our problem. We've always looked at our PPEs to protect us, and now what we found is some of the chemicals they use or materials they use to protect us could actually hurt us.
This blood draw test.
And now I don't claim to be a specialist in, fire retardant materials or chemicals, but we have seen stories and studies about the fact that many of them do contain or just are forever chemicals, and they are in the suits as well. And so, you got to assume that in the sort of conditions that firefighters are in, that's going to make it even worse of a risk. You have 30 likes. Good job. Okay.
Can help ease their minds. It can detect more than 50 types of cancer at their earliest stage. Visual cancer screenings for melanoma are also key.
We've got stories of firefighters that are like, hey, this saved my life. I wasn't going to get anything checked when I was at the screening, and I was like, wow, I found something.
Dr. Christine Candler is a dermatologist whose firefighter brother Peter died of cancer at the age of 37. Now she volunteers at firehouses across the country, providing melanoma screenings.
I feel that.
Okay, let's move along. I have another character for you, but it's going to take me 1 second to get all of that going. It is Sam Cedar, though. I rolled an 18, which is Sam Cedar. Now, let's go to the Santa Cruz Wharf in California, and apparently has been swarmed by anchovies. Here's NBC Bay Area with more.
To Santa Cruz County now, where the wharf is dealing with the flood of visitors. But we're not talking about tourists. We're talking about anchovies. NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favreau is in Santa Cruz with a look at why the tiny fish are showing up in huge numbers. Marianne.
Take a look at this. The reason the water looks so dark is because there are millions of anchovies surrounding Santa Cruz Wharf, and they're providing plenty of food for birds and sea lions. The catch of the day on the Santa Cruz Wharf is clearly anchovies. Fishermen are pulling them up by the dozens. What do you make with your anchovies?
I make an anchovy burger. I put 5 patties, five anchovies, 5 and 5.
A massive school of anchovies has been crowding
I'm
the
sorry,
wharf for weeks.
what?
And while it's not unusual to find them here this time
Wow.
of year.
Did you hear that? That is, I mean, I am horrified by that idea. Was that triple burger with 2 or 3 layers of anchovies in between? Oh my god. That sounds horrifying. I should clip more? Alright, that's offensive. I am offended by that. I've been clipping a lot more. I don't know how new you are to this channel. I feel you are kind of new to the channel. But I've been trying. I've been doing much better at clipping. In fact, if you just look, I didn't clip at all for like 6 months. And now I've been clipping a lot more than my normal clipping rate. So I just point you in that direction.
Scientists say it's rare to see this many. Marine biologist Giancarlo Tomei has a theory.
Anchovies prefer the cooler water. So I think that because the water is so much colder this year, that's why we're seeing so much more anchovies.
They're showing up at the Santa Cruz Harbor too. But there's a concern that in a smaller space, without a current generating oxygen, the anchovies may die off quickly. So the harbor is using aerators to push more oxygen into the water.
If the harbor does not aerate all that water by pumping air in through all these pipes, then the anchovies will consume all the oxygen and they'll die off. They'll just consume all the oxygen and basically suffocate, leaving a big stinky mess.
Yeah, then there'll just be a nice anchovy blanket by the wharf for some extended period of time. As, you know, these seals can only eat so many.
That is a concern. The anchovies are certainly a welcome sight for the gulls, pelicans, and other creatures that feed on them. And the sea lions seem to have a lot to say about the bigger buffet in the bay. One other bonus, because whales feast on anchovies too, more of those are also heading closer to shore, making for a great whale watching season. This video of a humpback was taken today during an excursion.
We have been seeing more whales.
A bonus video in there. I didn't even notice that. My first go through of this, I was listening to it rather than watching. As I often do with most of these videos. I just imagine in my mind's eye what's on the screen. Which I think leaves something for, like, you know, for me to still enjoy when we rewatch these together. Because really, in a way, I haven't watched them, I've only heard them. Okay, let's go here to KPBS Public Media from 3 days ago. cross-border sewage. Officials call for state of emergency amid toxic gas concerns.
Hydrogen cyanide gas. That's something that's used as a chemical of war.
Dr. Matthew Dixon from South Bay Urgent Care joined officials in Imperial Beach this morning to ring the alarm bell. Researchers from UC San Diego and SDSU leading air quality testing found toxic levels of both hydrogen sulfide and hydrogen cyanide as recently as early this morning. They were in the air near the Tijuana River over a small waterfall.
Our region is facing these dangerous levels of toxic gases, so this is not just an environmental issue, it is a serious public health emergency. Just last night, from approximately 1 to 2:30 a.m., alarming levels of toxic gases were detected across several locations.
The gases detected are hydrogen sulfide, or H2S, which is used in industries like oil refining, but it's also a byproduct of sewage systems, according to OSHA. It smells like rotten eggs, too.
Oil refining in Texas. I don't know. Hard to find the connection there. All right, let's go here. We're going to start talking about these fires. I just figured we'd start off slow with a few sort of lower stakes-ish stories, if you will. Certainly less dramatic. Probably less traumatic. Let's go to here. NBC LA 3 days ago, get us started. And the fact is, we talked about, I think, every single one of these stories at one point earlier this week, and they've all just, well, you'll see. They've all gotten quite a lot worse. Start with the line fire, which is near LA. It's in San Bernardino.
Inland Empire we go now. NBC4's Karma Dickerson continuing our coverage near Highland, where the line fire has burned more than 20,000 acres. Karma.
Yes, that line fire burned more than 20,000 acres and continues to force people out of their homes. Now, we did just get an update from CAL FIRE placing that number of acreage burned at around 23,000 acres. 5% containment, which is up from 3%, so that is good news. But they say they remain concerned that this fire could grow significantly within the next 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah,
so
up to 5 from 3 is not great.
That are in place. Now, if you'll look just over my shoulder, you can see over the ridge line, we can see.
Like, up 2% in containment is not exciting at all. In terms of, like, sort of having any amount of optimism about slowing down this fire. Now, it's supposed to have already gotten cooler, and from what I saw, according to weather stuff that, you know, filtered around, and all these sort of stories that I watch in California on a daily basis, it does seem like it actually was cooler at the end of this week here, Wednesday, Thursday. But these fires still were burning. However, this is from Wednesday, I believe. Tuesday? Tuesday.
Ever so slightly over to the right-hand side of your screen, you can probably see some of the flames that are coming up. A lot of the
Okay, so as you can see, 5% contained, 23,000 acres. That was 3 days ago. This is 2 days ago. KTLA 5.
Tense night for residents in the path of the line fire, burning out of control in the San Bernardino Mountains, wondering if they'll be the next ones ordered to evacuate. The fire has already forced thousands to leave their homes as it rages across hillsides covered in dry brush.
KTLA's Sandra Mitchell is live in Yucaipa with the latest on the fire and also reaction tonight from so many anxious residents there. Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Karine. Yeah, the latest is that Big Bear Valley is the big concern tonight. 17,000 people there now under an evacuation warning. The problem is this fire is moving in so many different directions. We're actually in Yucaipa. You take a look behind us, you might be able to see on that hillside there the faint glow. The fire now starting to creep in this direction. I told you about that evacuation warning in Big Bear. That is from the dam to Cactus Road. The fire, and we just got the update a few moments ago, is now at 25,000 acres plus. Finally, some good news to report, though. It is 5% contained. Not much, but it is 5% contained.
So that was the same news a day later, pretty much the same exact news. This was slightly later than that, where Gavin Newsom called in the National Guard to help firefighters
to San Bernardino County,
fight the
fire
line
crews
fire.
Tonight are getting a helping hand from the California National Guard. Governor Newsom activating those troops today after declaring a state of emergency because of the fire. This is new video that you are looking at showing the National Guard heading towards the fire zone. NBC4's Darsha Phillips live in Mentone near the fire with more. Darsh.
Yeah, Robert, we saw some of those troops come by just about an hour ago. Right now, we are seeing a lot of smoke and ash in the air, and crews are worried that the winds may pick up overnight. And if it does, this is what the fire has to feast on. All of this thick, tall, dry brush that is just pure tinder for this fire. That's hot.
Exploding to nearly 26,000 acres with only 5% containment, the line fire in San Bernardino County continues to burn out of control, fueled by winds, high temperatures, and dry brush.
We're ready to go, and we got the warning yesterday afternoon.
Toby Bowler and his wife lived through the El Dorado fire and say they won't be taking any chances if they're ordered to leave.
I am concerned about the wind, period, because last time it was fine, and then when it shifted, it was not fine.
Some who are under evacuation orders are choosing to stay, wanting to protect their homes from fire and possible looters.
I like my home. I've been up here all my life, and my whole family's up here as well. So we're going to take care of our hometown.
Officials urging people
Right. Okay. Well, what happens when you're surrounded by fire and you're not a firefighter with a helicopter or something?
Heed the orders. They're expecting significant growth of the fire over the next 24 to 36 hours.
All of a sudden, the wind kind of picked up, and then it started coming this way, and then these past few days, it's just been smoke everywhere, and you can kind of see all of.
Now, if you all recall, when we first talked about this thing, it was 100 acres, and in a short period of time, because this was just a few days ago, and we only started talking about this over the weekend. This was, like I said, 2 days ago, so this was Wednesday. 25,000 acres, threatening, apparently, great deal of property, homes, 65,000 homes to be exact. Here's KTLA 5. This is also from, I think Tuesday night or like Wednesday morning, something like that.
Fire. There are now concerns that it could spread up into Big Bear.
It's 11:31
And the National Guard has
a.m.
been called in to help people in other communities evacuate. KTLA 5's Annie Rose Ramos has the latest.
That concern is what firefighters are focusing on and trying to do everything they possibly can in order to keep that.
She's like standing in the middle of a fire right now.
Mountain up into Big Bear. Now take a look here. This is why they are doing.
Take a look here. There's a fire happening right next to me.
Running Springs. They are trying to make sure that this back burn, is able to take away any fuel that the line fire could use to make it even bigger and move further up this mountain. Now over here, you're gonna see a couple of trucks moving out, firefighter trucks moving out. They're going through a shift change right now. So these are all the firefighters that were in last night, worked all night long in order to start this controlled burning of this area. It's right up against
Okay, it's a controlled burn. I was being a little dramatic. You can see all the Foschem in the background there. Just go back like 5 seconds. You can see like all along the highway.
Long in order to start this controlled burning.
Trying to create
of
an
this
entire area.
Right up
to try and
against some
stop
homes,
this
but
thing.
They say this is what is going to help them. If they put this, if they put all of this brush through this burn, it's going to keep it from getting any bigger and moving up to Big Bear, which is what they don't want to happen. The National Guard in the past 24 hours moving in. Take a look at this, because this is what we saw overnight into the night hours. The National Guard, dozens of them. These are guardsmen moving into these.
I'm not still doing shorts right now, Jerry. Unfortunately, and I might start like editing to shorts from my regular stuff, but as of now, the shorts, like multi-streaming to Twitch, regular YouTube and shorts on YouTube, it was just causing too many problems. We were just encountering problems every fucking day. And I'd rather not do that. I'd rather just have good content and then just edit it. I know it makes people sad that we don't have shorts chat anymore.
Mountain communities, we saw it over with Eric Spillman at that fire too. Well, the governor issuing that state of emergency, allowing for more resources, including that to get over here. Those guardsmen being deployed, they're going to help with the evacuation of the communities. Like where I'm standing here in Rolling Springs, this area has been already evacuated.
Okay. Let's keep it moving here. This is from a day ago, so this is from Wednesday. The line fire was apparently, at least allegedly, started by a person intentionally, and that person has now been arrested. Let's go here to NBCLA to talk about that.
Now to the line fire. That blaze continues to burn in San Bernardino County. A 34-year-old man you see right there has been arrested on suspicion of intentionally starting this fire that has now scorched more than 36,000 acres. NBC4's Amber Frias joins us live from Running Springs with more. Amber.
Robert, that man arrested has been identified as Justin Helsenberg, and authorities believe he could be responsible for more fires. As you may imagine, people who have been impacted by the fire are frustrated and angry to hear that
No
news.
kidding.
Here in Running Springs, you
Frustrated?
can still see some smoldering
It's a fun word to
spots
use.
along the hillside. Now, the visibility
I'd personally be more than
pretty
frustrated.
clear throughout the day, but as it's gotten later, it has gotten a little hazier. Not sure if you could see through the camera, but the smoke is pretty thick in the air. It irritates the eyes, and the longer you stay out here, the harder it becomes to breathe. Now, most people are gone, but we did speak with one man who has chosen to stay in his home. As the line fire tears through Running Springs, Ricky Garcia and his wife are finding solace in helping to provide snacks to the first responders helping to protect their home. The couple has chosen to stay in their home despite evacuation orders because they fear losing their home.
It's kind of difficult when they tell you to leave and you don't know anything about your neighbors, your friends, your home.
In 2007, the couple says they lost everything to a fire. When asked about the arrests made in the fire impacting their lives, Garcia can barely hold back his emotions.
I'm angry, upset, because it was also not necessary to put a lot of these people out of their homes.
Any of
and
them.
all these wonderful fire department and also the sheriffs and the police in danger for what?
The San Bernardino Sheriff's Department says they arrested 34-year-old Justin Helsenberg of Norco on Wednesday night after his car was registered by an automatic license plate reader. In a news conference, they said they believe Helsenberg acted intentionally and that he may be responsible for other fires.
This guy may be responsible for other fires. He may very well have been the person to start at least one of these other fires, although we do know the cause of at least one of the other fires that we're going to be talking about here. Still talking about shorts. Jerry hates shorts. I don't blame you. I'm not a huge fan of that medium either. I prefer long-form content in general. That's just me personally. And then I feel like you always just get less information on your screen on Shorts chat. Or like on Shorts, just like on that sort of frame. It just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't look right. Alright, now let's go and talk about this. The last time we talked about this fire, it was tiny. And it was burning. It was just, it was literally, I think like 50 acres. I think we literally just mentioned it. Like, offhand, I think I mentioned it. At the end of our coverage of fires in California, I was like, oh, and this fire here is burning like 50 acres. Well, now it's changed. Here's NBC LA again from 3 days ago. Trabuco Canyon brush fire burning away from homes. And that's what they were calling it, at least when we first started talking about it. It was a brush fire in Trabuco Canyon. Since then, it's been renamed as it's gotten a bit bigger.
Now at 4:30, wildfires and record temperatures. We're staying on top of the wildfires burning in our area.
We want to bring in Steve Concialdi. He is with the Orange County Fire Authority on the phone with us right now. Hey, Steve, thank you for talking to us. What can you tell me?
Thanks, Robert. Great news. The fire is burning away from Robinson Ranch. So it's burning uphill east, away from the homes. So all the people that live there that are trying to get back to their homes, we do have road closures throughout the area. So they're not going to be able to make it back to their homes, but their homes are safe. We have multiple aircraft as well as fire personnel on the ground. We have dozers. When the fire started at about 1 o'clock, we knew how hot it was, how dry it was, and it does get windy in this area. So we asked for numerous strike teams as well as aircraft and helicopters, and that robust response kept this narrow as possible, and it flowed up the canyon away from the homes. So that's great news for any.
That is good news. That is good news, technically. Gotta say, burning away from homes is always better than towards them. Have we already gotten to the polls? We did. We did. And there's not a ton of stuff out yet. That was our conclusion. Is that there's not a ton of information out. The changes so far, state by state, are pretty fractional, very fractional. And nationally, it's also fractional. It's like 0.2%. So far, Kamala Harris, I think, gained in the national polls. Aggregate on 538 from before the debate. I was saying I think we're not going to see any, like, we're going to see a lot of polls like come filing in here over the rest of the week. Probably next Monday, I would say. Would be my guess when we start getting a bunch more polling data. I could be wrong. Let's go here. This is from 2 days ago. KTLA 5. Airport fire in Orange County grows to over 10,000 acres.
Let's start in Trabuco Canyon.
No, we're going to skip over that one. Let's go straight here.
5 massive wildfires are raging across Southern California, threatening homes and prompting evacuations as thousands of firefighters continue to battle the blazes. Good evening. You're watching the KTLA 5 News at 5. I'm Cher Calvin.
And I'm Micah Ullman. Thank you for joining us. Wildfires raging out of control, burning tens of thousands of acres across Southern California, sending up plumes of smoke that can be seen for miles.
Thousands of people are under evacuation orders and thousands more are on edge, all as fire crews face hot temperatures and dry, rough terrain. Tonight, we have team coverage of these fires that are burning right now. Vera Jimenez has the latest on the hot temperatures and dry conditions. Sarah Welch is live in the line fire in San Bernardino County, and Rachel Menitoff is in Orange
I forgot
County,
this one hits all of
where
them.
the airport fire is burning out of control.
Let's check in first on that airport fire. It has now burned over 9,300 acres.
And the fire is now spreading from Orange County into
So as you can see, it's in
Empire Village.
Trabuco
This is
Canyon.
Sky 5 with the
This is the
details.
same
Gil?
fire, but it's now 10,000
Yeah,
acres.
Sharon, Micah, we're climbing up over the top of this temporary flight restriction over the airport fire here. And as I zoom in, you can see all the smoke that's pouring out of this canyon. It's continuing to burn out of control. In fact, this portion of the fire here that I'm showing you as I zoom in, this is the southern flank. It has made a big march away from Trabuco Canyon where it was burning yesterday. And this is headed towards the Ortega Highway. It has maybe 2, maybe 3 miles to go to get to it from this portion. We understand that the fire has already burned over the Ortega Highway on the east side, or the upper canyon there, and we're going to try to make our way around that side because we're hearing that there might be a home that caught on fire and there might be injuries involved in that. So as we continue to climb up overhead to about 11,000 feet, we are going to make our way to that side of things. But here's a look at the entire fire. In fact, this is where the fire started yesterday. As I zoom in here, you're going to see that Robinson Ranch area here just to the left of their screen, and the fire retardant drops that have saved that community, I should say, and the fire that raced up Trabuco Canyon all the way up to San Diego.
Well, that chemical fire retardant might look scary, but it does save lives when it's used properly and at the right time. We're discussing NCC now in chat. Okay. Are you banned on your blue account? That's very sad, Bad Lefty. That's a very sad story. Alright, let's go to here. This is a day ago, Guardian News. Time-lapse shows airport fire raging through California's Santiago Peak. I honestly can't believe that these CCTV cameras even held up through this. This shit is wild. Watch this. Whoa. There we go. Someone's controlling this camera, just like looking around at the fire, I think. Jesus Christ. I wonder if somebody's in there. This is insane. Why is this not being my friend today? Alright, let's just go straight to this one. This is
Several homes have
airport
been lost
fire
as the airport
update
fire
from
spreads
17
from
hours
Orange
ago.
County into Riverside
No, a
County.
day
The
ago.
fire has now doubled in size, charring more than 22,000 acres. KTLA's Carlos Herrera is live this morning alongside Ortega Highway in Lake Elsinore with the latest for us. Carlos, good morning.
Hi, Jessica. Good morning. And yes, that current number, about 22,000 acres burned so far, but that number expected to increase throughout the day. We're alongside Ortega Highway, right at the base of the mountain, right at Grand Avenue, where we're seeing Riverside County fire crews on what they call structure protection here at the base of the mountain. About 4 miles up this road north and into the mountain is a community called El Carrizo Village, which suffered a lot of destruction overnight, as we saw a lot of active flames. Let's get you over to some pictures to show you the destruction. That community got the brunt of it overnight after the fast-moving flames jumped Ortega Highway, crossing over into Riverside County, torching dozens of homes and vehicles in the area. Sky 5 was also overhead the Decker Canyon neighborhood, where several structures were destroyed, though it's unclear how many. The devastation is evident. Officials say many people are without homes this morning. Ryan Lamoth is one of them. His home off of Ortega Highway was destroyed. We spoke with him from his motel in Temecula.
Was just like surrounding it.
This is from that same fire that was supposedly not threatening any property.
So I guess that's where it got really scary, because there was no more exit anymore. I mean, it didn't feel like, you just had to drive through the flames to get out at that point.
The airport fire started Monday
it's not a
afternoon
good
in
spot
Orange
to be
County's
in.
Trabuco Canyon, fueled.
You don't want to be having to drive through flames to get places.
By thick, dry brush, it moved in a few different directions and dangerously close to homes. More than 600 firefighters are continuing their suppression efforts on the ground as numerous helicopters and air tankers tackle the fast-moving flames from overhead.
Jesus.
Their main focus is to protect the dozens of homes that are still in danger. Several neighborhoods in both counties.
Oh my God, I barely did anything.
Many others are under evacuation.
Oh my God. That's a depressing image, watching them just dump all that water on it and still just have there just be a mountain of fire. Okay. We did that one. Let's go here. Here's yeah, this is also from a day ago. That was the 9 a.m. update from, I believe, must have been Wednesday. Yeah, that was the 9 a.m. update in California from Wednesday. Here was this. This was slightly after that. Apparently, at I think this was noon in LA. Yesterday, well, Wednesday, technically now, because it's Friday. It's Friday for many people now. Many people say it's Friday. Also, KTLA 5
right now
says that the airport fire burned over 23,000 acres by sometime Wednesday afternoon. I will hydrate. Thank you, Narwhal.
And the airport fire that began in Orange County's Trabuco Canyon has now spread into Riverside County near Lake Elsinore.
The airport fire has now swelled to more than 22,000 acres, burning homes, cars, and brush.
We just heard from officials a short time ago about the progress being made. KTLA's Kimberly Chang is live above Lake Elsinore with more. Kim.
Hi, yes, Lake Elsinore right behind me here, and if we pan over, we can see the fire engines there. We saw firefighters laying hose earlier, really keeping an eye on this hotspot, and throughout this afternoon, we have seen aircraft, helicopters going to Lake Elsinore, filling up, and then coming and doing these water drops here to make sure that anything that's smoldering, any embers that are here in this area are put out, because that wind continues to change. Now, we did hear from officials earlier that this fire has now burned more than 23,000 acres. We walked through one of the hardest hit areas and we saw homes and cars burned. Firefighters told us to be careful because trees and power lines were also burned and could fall at any time. So just a very dangerous situation up here. The fire has destroyed an unknown number of homes in the hills of Lake Elsinore. The airport fire, which started in Orange County's Trabuco Canyon on Monday, has since spread into Riverside County. Dramatic video shows a wall of flames surrounding a campground in Los Pinos and surrounding areas early Wednesday morning.
The change in weather overnight slowed the fire's growth and empowered the ground and air forces.
The fire destroyed several homes in El Carrizo Village and Decker Canyon off of Ortega Highway. You could see dozens of scorched cars. The area was under evacuation orders.
The extent of which remains unknown at this time, as it is unsafe for our assessment teams to enter that area.
We've made every effort to minimize that damage, but sometimes there's not.
Look at the devastation.
So condolences go out to them.
Captain Paul Holliday with OC Fire Authority said the weather cooled off significantly and humidity has come up, giving fire crews an advantage. They'll continue to aggressively attack the fire from the ground and air. Fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters were doing water drops.
So it's not done, but it has at least subsided. And given the weather change, the firefighters a fighting chance here.
Crews on the ground were working on containment lines and mopping up in neighborhoods to try and prevent any more damage.
It's heartbreaking.
Any more
Paul
damage?
Kelly lives in the La Cresta neighborhood, miles away from where homes burned down.
I'm not trying to split hairs here, but can there be more damage?
Containment lines and mopping up in neighborhoods to try and prevent any.
Can there be more damage than this? I mean, what an image to land on. right after saying more damage. I'm like, I don't see the more damage. Where's the more damage in this particular scenario? I guess that half-burned tree could be burned all the way down to the ground. Oh my god, it's Friday the 13th. Dun 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 dun. What does it mean? What will happen? Will it be good? Will it be bad? Stay tuned and find out. Okay. Here. KTLA 5 again, 17 hours ago. Airport fire slows overnight, but still threatening homes. Whoops, what happened? Is this the wrong one? Whatever, we'll just watch this. It's fine. This is a time-lapse video showing the airport fire. Jesus. It's insane. It's the same size as the city, almost. You can see it all the way over here on the left, too. Just the flames aren't as noticeable. Okay. Time lapse. Watch the time lapse. Now we can go here. Now, I think we also talked about this fire, which was pretty small at the time. This is KTLA 5 again from a day ago. Bridge fire in South California grows to over 34,000 acres with zero containment. And this is from just a day ago.
We begin with Sandra Mitchell live in Phelan with the latest on the exploding bridge fire. Sandra.
Yeah, Cher, sadly, the very latest is that we are losing structures and probably homes here in the Wrightwood community tonight. If you take a look behind us, you're going to see Highway 138 at the 2 highway. You see those flashing lights. That's because all the roads into the mountain communities are closed. We've got mandatory evacuations going right now. I'm going to have our photographer, Greg Theroux, spin the camera around, and we're going to show you this command post as they now strategize on how to get control of this fire that is really threatening the entire community of Wrightwood tonight. In a moment, we're going to show you the flames overtaking a popular ski resort. The moment I can...
It looks like a more like of a moderately organized huddle than a command post, but okay, I'll take it. They do have an RV and a table.
Toward where we are. Exploding flames in a race to evacuate near Wrightwood.
Oh my God, you can't see anything. It's just pure black. And we live in the canyon, so that fire's coming right in there and going to take everything out of there. I got our dogs out. Our house is going to burn.
In a gas station parking lot just outside the Angeles National Forest, we found Jenny Alanis.
Baby girl, Kylo, and Honey. Honey's in the back. She's a pit bull. She's in the back.
And her 4 dogs safely evacuated, but worried about her house as flames from the bridge fire forced mandatory evacuations in Wrightwood and Mount Baldy.
We urge everybody to please take immediate action if you're in the fire area and leave when evacuation orders are set.
The fire exploding in size Tuesday night from several thousand to 34,000 acres as extreme heat and wild winds combine for really challenging conditions. An estimated 30% of residents still refusing to evacuate.
Please listen to the order. If we're asking you to evacuate, there is no property that is worth you risking your life.
It's a great point. There is no property that's worth risking your life. Although, we already saw a video of people who were willing to do exactly that.
Then Malam's aunt was just up the hill. He brought a horse trailer to help her rescue her horses and alpacas.
The fire is spreading so quickly. It's coming. It just crested over probably about an hour and a half ago, and now it's just moving rapidly. The smoke is crazy. That's not good for the animals or anything. With them outside, you know, we definitely have to get them out as soon as possible.
But for many tonight, there is this sense
Jesus
of fear
Christ. What is that, a barn? Oh my God, no, it's entire...
No, and if you don't get out, you're going to burn, because there's only one way into the canyon and one way out.
So much sadness and apprehension here tonight. Let's go ahead and show you that video from Mountain High Ski Resort in Wrightwood, a really popular ski resort.
Oh my God, it's a chairlift right there.
Us the beautiful snowfall. Tonight, the resort camera is showing us the ski lifts there being engulfed by flames. I did just talk to a sheriff's official a few moments ago. He said he took a drive up there, and yes, he saw the flames ripping through that resort, but he told me that he did not see any of the structures there on the property burning. A fierce fire.
I don't know. Does a ski lift count as a structure? That appeared to be burning. You don't blame people for rescuing? I mean, of course not. But it's an incredibly difficult situation all around in terms of having to decide what to do, how much time to even thinking about what to bring, what to leave behind. And at least some of these circumstances, people have just moments notice. I mean, that Trabuco Canyon fire, the airport fire went from a few acres to 2,000 acres to 10,000 acres in about 24 hours. The San Bernardino line fire went same way. And the bridge fire is no different, you know, unfortunately. And it got even worse than what we just saw right there. It was at 34,000 acres right there. And it continued to grow over the last 36 hours or so. Let's go here.
Dramatic images from the bridge fire that erupted above Glendora in the Angeles National Forest. It is now the largest active wildfire in California. It is now burning more than 49,000 acres in LA and San Bernardino counties. About 20 homes destroyed in Mount Baldy, along with 13 homes in Wrightwood. 6 cabins also went up in flames. And due to the impact of the fires, all snow-lined schools will remain closed through Friday. About 2,500 structures are still threatened right now. Authorities warning residents that additional evacuations could be ordered and that they should be prepared.
And preparing an emergency kit with essential items such as medications, important documents, and basic supplies. If you're in an area that is under an evacuation order, please follow directives from first responders immediately. Your safety is our highest priority.
And flames from the bridge fire advanced on the popular Mountain High ski resort, but Mountain High says all of its main lifts and buildings survived with little or no damage. And
that survived with no damage? Really? It doesn't look like it. Okay, I'll take their word for it.
Yeah, guys, we're on Cardinal Road in Wrightwood, and everyone here is under an evacuation order. And firefighters say that folks that live here moved out pretty fast, which then allowed firefighters to move in and protect these homes. But if you take a look behind me here, you'll notice that one of these homes wasn't able to be saved.
Yeah, we see that.
The unrelenting bridge fire scorching everything in the flames' way, including practically melting this skeleton of a Jeep into the ground.
So many of these houses that could have gone up.
Firefighters arrived here around 8:30 last night.
I'm assuming that wasn't a Jeep skeleton originally, probably just a Jeep.
They could.
This entire cul-de-sac was saved due to the actions of those firefighters last night.
Video from last night also shows the fire ripping through Mountain High Ski Resort. Today, a dusting of smoke covers the mountains. A post from the resort's social media account says, "Great news. All the main lifts and buildings survived with little to no damage."
Hey,
The bridge
yay, we
fire
can
has
still
already burned
ski.
more than 47,900 acres with 0% containment. Wrightwood is under an evacuation order with no update on when that will lift. This man tells us he left with his pets as soon as he got the alert, but has no idea what he'll return home to.
Here's a question. How long until that ski resort can no longer produce snow due to all of the, you know, climate changey stuff happening right now? Just a thought, just thinking out loud. Just thinking, just trying to keep it cheery. Alright, let's go here. NBCLA, 15 hours ago. Bridge fire burns over 50,000 acres in LA and San Bernardino counties. And yet, the fact is, all three of the fires that we're talking about are like essentially surrounding LA and threatening LA County in general, which is quite large. We don't have Sam. We should have Sam. We don't have a Sam. I'm writing it down so you get one
A
next
state
stream.
of emergency as these wildfires burn here in Southern California, out of control. We appreciate you joining us. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Robin Winston. Combined, the bridge, airport, and line fires have destroyed nearly 110,000 acres so far. We have live team coverage of this wildfire emergency with reporters monitoring the conditions in real time for you. So let's get right to NBC4's Lauren Coronado live in Wrightwood, where the bridge fire is 0% contained. Lauren.
Robin, still no containment. I just talked with a firefighter who was on the fire lines overnight. I asked him how the firefight went.
Who does she look
He said
like?
that these temperatures certainly helped in fighting those flames. And at this hour, there are still a few orange glows in the distance, but it's just so smoky out here that it's really hard to show you. So I want to get straight to video captured overnight here in Wrightwood, where the flames are burning intensely. You can see in that video, that's just a glimpse at the firefight. Certainly not as bad as the previous night, though. Firefighters say about 40 homes and cabins have burned because of the bridge fire. It's the largest wildfire here in California. It sparked Sunday and is burning more than 50,000 acres across LA and San Bernardino counties. Some people who live in these mountain communities say the firefight they know is
I just realized who she looks like.
Behind her.
But it's like a combination of people. Hold on, we gotta go back. I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with what she just said. But tell me that this woman doesn't kind of look... Oh, son of a bitch. You're killing me. You are killing me right now. Wait. No. Oh, you bastard. She looks human. She does look like a human. This is so true. She looks like a human person. But tell me, I feel like she looks like Tommy Lauren and Lauren Boebert had a baby. You know?
Overnight here in Wrightwood, where the flames are burning intensely. You can see in that video, that's just a glimpse at the firefight. Certainly not as bad as the previous night, though. Firefighters say about 40 homes and cabins have burned because of the bridge fire. It's the largest wildfire here in California. It sparked Sunday and is burning more than 50,000 acres across LA and San Bernardino counties. Some people who live in these mountain communities say the fire
might be onto something. See?
Not over.
See, this is what I'm saying. I knew I wasn't crazy.
Behind her.
I was like, she just looks so familiar. I was like, she just looks exactly like two different people got mashed together somehow.
House is kind of unfortunate. They said they're holding the line up on top, which we hope that's true. We hope the winds don't shift. And, you know, we're still worried.
Understandably so. Now, I want to talk about part of Mountain High Ski Resort, because part of it did catch fire.
That make her Lauren? Or Tommy Boebert? Tommy Boebert or Lauren?
spokesperson for the resort says it's not clear how extensive the damage is, but lifts were burned to some degree. LA County firefighters, they say they were able to save the base of facilities at the East, West, and North resorts. The building and restaurant at the top of the East Resort also survived. Resort officials say it's opening.
Oh, thank God this resort survived. It seems to be the main focus of the coverage, even though clearly a bunch of other buildings got burned down. Their main focus is, hey, at least the ski resort's fine. I know, Sam Cedar's missing. I think I mentioned that. And you're getting a rollover, Sam, because we're 3.5 hours in. It's probably not going to allow me to put him on there now. Because the stream software stopped being, well, super responsive. Alright, now, let's go here. Just kind of wrap this coverage up of the wildfires happening in California with a few different stories. These are all from Thursday, starting with this one from ABC News from 14 hours ago. Southern California under siege as wildfires rage near Los Angeles.
The wildfires in California, Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency in Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties as 3 major fires burn out of control. We have team coverage of the fires, beginning with Mola Lenghi, who's in Riverside County for us. Good morning, Mola.
Well, good morning, Robin. As you mentioned, 3 fast-moving fires spanning 4 counties, destroying dozens of homes. This morning, firefighters desperately battling to get the upper hand.
This morning, counties in Southern California under a state of emergency after forceful wildfires scorch over 100,000 acres near Los Angeles. In Riverside County, a car collection melted by the fast-moving airport fire. More than 19,000 residents there under evacuation orders.
The devastating airport fire forcing thousands and thousands of people to flee, some coming home to find nothing left.
We packed up the kids and got out of there. Not a couple hours later, we heard our house was just leveled.
Joe Caruso and his family lost the home he grew up in, built by his father in the 80s.
Just seeing the burnt out shell when the video passed over on the news was, yeah.
It's gonna be a rough way to find out.
In your heart.
Scorching.
It's gonna be like, right? Like you're sitting there watching on the fucking news and you find out just by watching on the news. That's a terrible way to find out. Just with everybody else. Is it just me, or does that not feel just a little bit cruel?
Temperatures making this a complicated job for firefighters, but a cool down today, hoping to aid the fight. In Highland, burnt land across the hillside. This home now just ash on its foundation. The line fire, with more than 36,000 acres burning at 18% containment, displacing over 100,000 people.
Flames and
Jesus
the ash
Christ.
was falling, and it was just hard to breathe.
The numbers on this situation are
Firefighters making some progress here in the last 24 hours, in part due to some lower temperatures after several days of extreme heat, but still concerns that strong winds could help spread flames here, Rebecca.
All right, this one's from 6 hours ago.
A state of emergency in Los Angeles and San Bernardino
So the latest
counties.
updates
Take a look,
are
as 3
nearly the
major
latest
fires
updates?
are destroying homes, scorching more than 100,000 acres.
Gusty winds that were blowing wildfires out of control will finally begin to calm down later today. And ABC's Melissa
God.
Don is in San Bernardino County.
That- did
with
you see
the latest
that?
on those fire conditions?
Please pause. Go back. Did you see that? It's just, this thing's just hanging. There's no more pole. It's just the top of it, just hanging from the
Calm
wires.
down later today. And ABC's Melissa Adon is in San Bernardino County with the latest on those fire conditions.
A state of emergency for several Southern California counties after 3 major wildfires burned more than 100,000 acres across 4 counties. In the mountains of Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties, the Bridge Fire has scorched more than 50,000 acres, the largest active wildfire in California.
It was pretty scary.
Scary. It's a lot more surreal than you can realize. When you're outside looking at the flames, you don't realize how scary and how chaotic it is.
More than 30 homes were destroyed by the bridge fire, including this one. You can see what was.
I wish we could get this guy. I wish we could talk to this guy. I feel like I only have one question for him. How much Joe Rogan would you say that you watch? And actually, I would have a follow-up question, which is, how much elk is in your diet?
More than 30 homes were destroyed by the bridge fire, including this one. You can see what was their kitchen and oven, some cabinets there, incinerated. In Riverside County, the fast-moving airport fire forcing more than 19,000 people to quickly evacuate.
We packed up the kids and got out of there. Not a couple hours later, we heard our house was just leveled.
In the mountains, an ominous picture, the line fire turning the sky orange as firefighters make progress on the firefight after a break from an intense heat wave.
Flames and the ash was falling and it was just hard to breathe.
Authorities arrest.
Yeah, if you're unaware, leading up to this, I mean, Southern California was in just a ridiculous heat wave, 115 degrees, and I think it was Death Valley, but still, it was 110 degrees right next to it near Los Angeles, where all this is going down.
A 34-year-old man suspected of starting the line fire.
I can assure the public that we're
Yeah,
going to go hard on this
I
case.
still can't believe that
We're going
fucking
to
guy
be
did
resolute
that
on
shit.
this case, and again, it's a developing situation that we hope does not get any worse.
Allegedly.
The National Guard is working to assist first responders as more than 100,000 people have been displaced from their homes. This as fire crews work to contain those flames. Melissa O'Don, ABC News, San Bernardino County, California.
All right, I think we have one more. This is from 3 hours ago. This is the most recent update on the fires.
Now to the raging wildfires that are burning all across Southern California. The bridge fire near Wrightwood is the largest and most damaging fire, with dozens of homes lost. The airport fire that began in the OC is now threatening homes in Lake Elsinore. And there's the line fire near Running Springs. That's torched nearly 38,000 acres.
And we are learning new details about how investigators tracked down the man charged with starting the massive line fire in San Bernardino County.
At least one home was lost in the destructive fire. KTLA's Shelby Nelson is live in Running Springs with the latest details for us. Shelby.
Sure, Micah, we heard from officials earlier, and one interesting part of that was San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes saying that this suspected arson for the line fire possibly used a signature MO to start this fire, and they're going to be looking into whether he could be linked to other potential fires. Now, before we show you our story, I just want to show you what it looks like here in Running Springs, the devastation. This one home is completely destroyed. The chimney is really all that's left. And then if you take a look off into the distance, on the other side, there's a hill that we have seen for several hours now smoldering, but you can see the flames that just started to flare up over there right now. It's dangerously close to one home. To the left of those flames, there is retardant, so hopefully that will prevent it from reaching the home or expanding at all. But again, we've seen firefighters out here working to put out hot spots like what we saw across the way right here. I can tell you what's in.
Okay, I think that's good enough on this one. For whatever reason in my head, this one was a update on all 3 fires, not just the one. But as you can see, the line fire is now at 37,000 plus acres and 18% contained, which is an increase from 5. Of course, they did have the benefit of the lowest temperatures in the area, as it relates to these fires, at least. It's good to see my Nightbot auto commands working. Although I feel like they're working too well. I need to turn them down. They're happening too much. Like, I appreciate them happening without me having to prompt them, but they're happening too much now. I shouldn't be able to see 2 of them on the same screen. That's not acceptable. It's too much self-promotion. I can't live with that. Alright. Let's quickly look at this. Apparently there were also some fires in near the Reno area called the Davis Fire. And a guy by the name of Tim Walls showed up in Reno, Nevada, to show his support. Hold on. I'm just going to skip through this a little bit. Because actually, I don't think there's anything you can hear in this. But you can see he's here talking to people. Just kind of getting along with people, seemingly. Like as you can see, it's not about the press here for him. He completely ignores the cameras, and instead he just hangs out and talks to people. He brought pizza as well. The thumbnail shows him with a bunch of pizza boxes. I assume he must have just immediately, like, oh, actually here you can see the pizza here, I guess. I guess the pizza's not a big deal. Oh, there's a pizza. There's pizza. That's a lot of pizza. Yeah, apparently they brought a whole bunch of pizza for the first responders here in Reno, Nevada, who are fighting a fire of their own currently. And you seem more focused on the voters. What's going on with them? And if Democrats can swing Nevada, that would really change things up in terms of the sorts of paths to victory on election day. We've already done the math on that one. With Nevada, things really open up. It seems like a good place to stop. We are going to do this to help us kind of decompress, if you will, from watching just 30, not 30, I'm exaggerating, but like nearly 24 videos of just horrific fires. Let's go here. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar. This is from a day ago, apparently. And it's funny because I feel like I say this all the time. When are the Republicans just going to wake up and stop ignoring climate change? Well, maybe the younger generation is going to wake up. At least that's what this title says. Young Republicans sound the alarm over climate change.
What now? Climate and everything are the same word.
Let's talk about the outsider game, then we'll talk about the insider game.
Sure. I mean, well, I think that in some ways it's impossible to imagine the role that a movement can play if it doesn't involve insiders and outsiders, because a movement plays off of itself, right? It is a broad movement. So in terms of the climate movement, you have both activists who are going to work inside and lobby and work hard to put pressure from the inside on policymakers through the political system. And that is, as lobbyists, as folks who are, constituents, but then they also put pressure on the outside. And so in the book, what I talk about is what we call, the radical flank. And I'm using my air quotes here because this radical flank that we're seeing in the climate movement, as much as people are getting upset about, degradable paint being poured on Stonehenge or soup being thrown on a covering of it, a famous work of art. This is not particularly radical in comparison to previous social movements where their buildings were blown up and facilities.
People forget, like in the 80s, there was something like, 55 bombings over the course of that decade, maybe more.
Yeah. I mean, and if we think back even during the period, the height of the women's, struggle for women's suffrage, a building was blown up a month. I mean, and and people died, right? And now we're talking about throwing a little tomato soup. I mean, it's not that I'm saying you should destroy art. No artwork has been destroyed thus far.
Right.
So, so there's that. So anyway, I talk about the radical flank, which is the component of the climate movement that is expanding to try to draw more attention to the issue. And that is a very common progression in a social movement when a social movement hasn't achieved its goals. I mean, either a movement dies out because people just give up and they go back to doing something else, or, and in this case, the world is warming and we're personally experiencing more and more climate, shocks every day. So that's not going to happen. Instead, we see more and more people getting fed up with going through this insider type of activism and taking to the streets and engaging in nonviolent civil disobedience. And in it, as I talk about in the book, we see right now groups that are using performative protest. That's the soup throwers, the paint throwers, the crazy gluers, the people who do the slow walking. We're seeing a lot of it around Citibank right now in New York City, with people blocking Citibank's entrance and other banks that are investing in fossil fuel extraction. These are very performative acts of nonviolent civil disobedience to draw attention to the climate crisis. We also see groups that are what I call disruptors in the book, and those are groups that are engaging in broader campaigns where they're working as insiders, they're working to get banks to move money, they're working as personal investors, but then they do these moments of nonviolent civil disobedience so they can draw attention to this broader campaign. And both of those are necessary components of the climate movement right now. And as I talk about in the book, that will continue to expand as more and more people feel the effects of the climate crisis. When they feel it firsthand, people are going to put pressure on, powers that be, both at the local level, at the national level, theoretically at the international level, although that's a lot harder to imagine how that will work. And that's all going to be needed for the kinds of systemic changes to happen that are needed.
What has to be done in terms of contextualizing that experience so that people know that they're experiencing what they're experiencing is a function of climate change, right? I mean, this is a problem, analogous to tell the government to get their hands off my Medicare. Like there's not necessarily a one-to-one understanding, because it's, it increases the severity of storms. It increases the likelihood of storms. It's a tough. It's a little bit more abstract than, say, I don't know, a street corner where 10 people have been hit by a car. We need to change.
Right. Yeah, it's much more tangible and sort of a clear line from one thing to the other. Hold on, let's move slightly deeper into this conversation.
Yes, of course. Okay, and what I would just also say that my example around young people and supporting electoral politics is actually to point out, so young people don't tend to vote, and young people need to vote. And I am absolutely not saying that they should not support Kamala Harris. I'm saying they should support Kamala Harris, but they should also be pushing her to be as aggressive as she can be to address these issues, right? So she historically has supported a Green New Deal. She, historically supported a fracking ban. Will they be able to get that by asking her to do it during the 2024 election? Absolutely not. But I think constituents who vote, who say that, is part of the solution. The other part of the solution, as I talk about in the book, is that what we're going to have to see is many more people, and that's working as insiders, right? To go back to what we were saying before. But we also need people working as outsiders and playing a role in putting pressure on these power brokers and people in power to recognize that they are going to lose legitimacy if they don't take a stand and push for systemic change.
Absolutely.
And that's something that I think, and as I talk about in the book, is going to only come with more pain and suffering.
I feel like it's happening already, right? Is the sort of the fact that the powers that be, the people that are in power, don't pay enough attention to the effects of climate change and the causes, and doing something about those causes, right? It is very frustrating, but it is a trend and a pattern that has existed now for too long, and something needs to be done about it. And, you know, here we're doing, you know, genuinely tiny amount of work here that in terms of what actually needs to be done. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying now. I'm just going to shut up.
Because otherwise, business as usual always wins, and we're going to see it continue to win. And we're going to see it push on progressive candidates to become more mainstream, because we see the deck is stacked against the general public and against addressing the climate crisis because of so many resources in the pockets and in the hands of fossil fuel interests.
Are there interests that we take for granted, and I think it's a safe assumption, that ExxonMobil and entities like that, they're always going to be on the wrong side of this. They're impossible. It's impossible for them to do anything otherwise. Is there a cohort of industry or individuals or populations that are sort of 50-50? Make a little bit of money from fossil fuel, but we could make more from this other thing. And maybe if fossil fuel becomes that much more problematic, not in terms of like what the studies say, but rather in terms of our bottom line, whatever that bottom line is, politically, economically, or financially, just socially, where's that cohort?
Well, I would just say that, so what we see right now is that there are numerous clean energy companies, right? Companies that are making a profit off of battery storage, expansion of clean energy, wind energy, that do have capacity like you're talking about. But in a lot of places, those companies are actually fossil fuel companies, or components of fossil fuel companies, right? That are expanding out wind energy in Ohio, wind energy in Texas. And
even if they're not necessarily, because the fact is instead of dealing with clean energy, in many cases, these oil companies have just invested in green companies, backing them essentially with capital resources, and rather than actually running the business themselves. Hold on, let's go here, kind of wrap it up.
When shocks happen to, and basically the idea that, we know that windows of opportunity open after disaster. And the idea is, how do you take advantage of that to transition us to a cleaner, better future? So I think those are two groups that are working like as outsiders, but
I went too
very much
far.
in an embedded way in communities.
I went too far. Sorry.
Radical in terms of performative radical tactics to get attention, right? And the whole idea is for it to help to increase what we call salience, right? Climate salience in the media. So we talk about it more. So more people think about it and draw the lines between the crazy heat wave we're experiencing, or the drought we're experiencing, or the way that the hurricane is going to devastate Savannah, Georgia. All of those things, and connect the dots, right? That's the reason they're doing it. With regard to groups that are doing a really good job, I would just say that I think that there's some interesting organizing taking place by Sunrise, the Sunrise movement, which has these really, really impressive locally embedded hubs that take place, that exist all over the country and a lot of campuses. On my campus, on American University's campus, we have a wonderful hub. I think they're doing a really interesting job. The Green New Deal Network has done some really interesting work, and they do work where they both work as outsiders, but they also are connected with elected officials and working there to think about how to capitalize on shocks when shocks happen, to, and basically the idea that, we know that windows of opportunity open after disaster. And the idea is, how do you take advantage of that to transition us to a cleaner, better future? So I think those are two groups that are working like as outsiders, but, very much in an embedded way in communities.
And groups like Extinction Rebellion, who are doing more, it seems to me like a lot of that performative, so-called performative, like protests.
Well, Extinction Rebellion New York City has been doing a lot of that. We're going to see there's going to be a cello concert in front of Citibank on Thursday, which is brought to you by a coalition of groups, including Extinction Rebellion. I mean, also Climate Defiance, which has gotten attention for bird dogging elected officials and, you know, leaders of different banks and fossil fuel companies. They're doing some really interesting work as well. So those are all these.
Okay. I think I actually skipped over another thing that I wanted to watch in there. It's kind of it was a very long interview, and I forgot to write down the spots that I wanted to look at, but I feel like that was good enough sort of intermediary between topics here in the environmental portion of the stream. Let's go on to this. CBS Colorado from 3 days ago. Adams County replacing bridge damaged by floods with the help of new technology.
It's science.
Well, some of the roads and bridges in Adams County were washed away last June due to all that rain and flooding.
A truck was seen stuck on the bridge that was falling apart. That bridge is a main roadway for the rural area near Bennett and is now being replaced. Your reporter in Adams County, Gabriela Vidal, got a look at the new technology being used to help replace that bridge.
It's out in rural Adams County near Bennett.
We're excited to share this.
Where county engineers are building a bridge, quite literally, between need and innovation.
We have nearby schools and a lot of people commuting every day. This is just like their main transportation to get in and out of the city.
In June 2023, major flooding took out portions of the bridge at East 144th Avenue near North Converse Road. Roughly 750 cars travel through it each day.
That was our main concern.
Seems like a big enough portion for it to be a big problem.
Try to get this open as quickly as possible, which is why we built the temporary bypass over the bridge, but obviously the main concern was also to get this fixed.
The county turned to an Australian-based company called InQuick, who created a system that accelerates the bridge construction process.
This particular project here is the first project in Colorado.
Area manager Stephen Noble tells CBS Colorado the process starts in a factory where each piece of the bridge is prefabricated. Then they're brought on site and put together by a team of contractors.
I like to think of it as like basically a Lego set, like you're putting it together and it's a lot easier.
In a typical bridge construction project, it could take up to 2,000 hours worth of manpower over the course of several months to complete. Meanwhile, a project like this could take 100 hours worth of manpower and could be completed in as early as a week.
You don't need skilled labor, minimal equipment is required, and of course the fast installation process reduces road closures.
The two abutments on each side of the bridge took about 20 minutes to install, with the rest of the bridge expected to be completed by October.
But we're looking about $2 million, which a typical bridge would be more of like $5 million.
Not only saving time.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Who knew there's bridge factories? Not me. Okay. Now let's talk about Hurricane Francine. As it made landfall over the last day or so, and has been wreaking havoc across the South ever since. Let's start in Louisiana. Here's ABC News from a day ago.
We begin tonight with the breaking news. Hurricane Francine has just made landfall in Louisiana. New Orleans getting hit. A Category 2 hurricane with 100-mile-an-hour winds. A state of emergency in Louisiana and Mississippi tonight. Authorities saying the time to evacuate, of course, is over. People are being told to shelter in place. Francine slamming ashore near Morgan City, Louisiana. With powerful winds, a life-threatening storm surge, and up to a foot of rain. A tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock. Tropical storm warnings for Mississippi and Alabama as well. Ahead of landfall, Francine lashing the Gulf Coast shore for hours. Major winds and storm surge all along the coast already. Louisiana's governor tonight activating the National Guard, preparing for high water rescues. Ginger Z standing by with the new track of this, but first ABC's Matt Rivers is in Houma, Louisiana, right near Francine's landfall just moments ago. Matt.
David, you can see just how intense these winds have become as Hurricane Francine's eye is moving ashore as we speak. These right now are the most dangerous moments of this storm so far.
Tonight, conditions deteriorating by the hour on the Gulf Coast as Hurricane Francine slams ashore. Roads quickly flooding in Dulac, Louisiana, some areas bracing for up to 10 feet of storm surge and up to a foot of rain.
Well, this hurricane coming ashore as we speak. We're right in the eye wall, the most intense part of this storm. Winds up to 100 miles an hour as the threat of power outages going up by the minute.
Memories of 2021's Hurricane Ida still fresh in the mind of Houma resident Elante Carson.
Nervous, overwhelmed, scared.
Even though you've been through storms before?
I still feel the same way every time a storm comes.
Humvees rolling down the highway as Louisiana's governor activates more than 2,000 National Guard troops. A state of emergency there and in Mississippi. In flood-prone New Orleans, officials say they're confident the pump system that keeps water out of the city will do its job.
There will be time where there will be some flooding, and our mission will then shift from keeping the city dry to pumping the city as fast as we can.
And David, a hurricane warning now in effect for the majority of the Louisiana coastline, as well as a tornado watch that extends all through the night. David?
All right, Matt Rivers there in Houma, Louisiana. Matt, stay safe. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z with the latest forecast, the latest track of this. Ginger?
Hi, David. Francine made an official landfall 30 miles.
Now, you don't need that because we already know what happened, as we have the benefit of that being from over a day ago now. Here's NBC News. Talk more about this. It's also from a day ago as well.
Be a direct hit to New Orleans. The heavy rains testing the Crescent City's network of pumps. Tom Yamas is there for us. Tom, what are you seeing?
So, Lester, the situation here in New Orleans is getting more intense by the minute. This city has faced bigger and stronger hurricanes, but when this hurricane came ashore, it had a rapid intensity, now a Category 2 hurricane, and soon the Big Easy will feel those 100-mile-per-hour winds. Just behind me here is Lake Pontchartrain, and as you know, Lester, New Orleans sits between the Mississippi River and Lake Pontchartrain. 50% of the city is below sea level, so water is always the big threat here, but tonight, there's also the scare of tornadoes.
Tonight, Hurricane Francine lashing the Louisiana coast. The massive storm barreling into the New Orleans area and drenching surrounding communities.
Take this storm seriously. It is a serious storm.
The warm waters of the Gulf strengthening the powerful system, now a Category 2 hurricane. Wind gusts churning at 100 miles per hour. Dangerous storm surge slamming into the coast with pounding rain and flash flooding threatening many neighborhoods.
I wasn't really taking it.
You can see it's like all the way up to where that sign is. So it's got to be what, like 4.5, 5 feet?
Rain and flash flooding threatening many neighborhoods.
I wasn't really taking it serious until now. I see it's really real.
And besides dealing with the hurricane, first responders in New Orleans also putting out a fire in the Bywater district. You can see the firefighters actually inside that structure.
A fire and a flood
massive hole caused
at the same
by the fire
time? Come
as
on,
the
man.
rain bands from Hurricane Francis come down on them.
Gas stations shut down, flights canceled, businesses boarded up, and the National Guard on the move. A National Guard truck sliding off the road. No injuries were reported.
Oh,
the
good.
president approving a FEMA emergency declaration.
Even the National Guard is getting themselves into accidents. That's a good sign.
For the state.
The time to evacuate has now passed. It is the time to go to ground and hunker down.
Flood watches are in place for 9 million people from Louisiana to Florida. These are communities that still bear the scars of past hurricanes. Tonight, they're once again bracing as another massive storm makes its move.
I'm just praying and asking the Lord to protect us.
Tom, what are you seeing around you? Are people heeding the warnings and staying indoors?
Lester, this is pretty incredible. In just those 2 minutes that we saw that report, the situation has gotten even worse here in New Orleans. We're feeling now those hurricane-forward wind gusts. People were out here earlier. This is the Lakeview section of New Orleans. People love to come out here in great weather, but even during thunderstorms and before hurricanes, to see the storms rolling in. Right now, I can't see anybody out here. It is dangerous, and we've just gotten an alert that in Jefferson Parish, which is the suburbs around New Orleans, they're asking people to limit their water use. They're very scared of the water coming in and backing up those pipes.
Oh boy. Yeah. Wouldn't even consider that being a problem. We start watching this stuff and I'm just like blown away. Once again, I listen to all this stuff happening and then I come here and I watch it with all of you. Holy fuck, some of this footage is just wild. This is from Guardian News from 21 hours ago. Hurricane Francine lands in Louisiana, bringing 100-mile-per-hour winds. Wait, The Guardian? Associated Press, whatever. This keeps happening today. I keep getting black screened. Why is a lava lamp in the middle of the desk? It's a weird thing to complain about.
Hey, the good thing is in a spoon. Oh, there you go again. Hey, DJ, got it at that right?
Apparently 200,000 homes have been hit without power for some time in Louisiana, at least as of this video coming out. It is not in the middle of the desk, okay? If you go out here, you'll see it's clearly all the way over here on the right side of the desk, and not the middle. I just zoom in so people can see stuff more clearly. Alright, now let's go here. CBS News 15 hours ago. It's in the way of the monitor. The monitor's behind the desk. All the monitors, they're not on the desk. Who puts a monitor on a desk facing away from them? What? You're clearly not seeing that there's space between me, right? There's a desk right here in front of me, right? Computer. The laptop here, and then some other stuff, and then behind me are a bunch of computer monitors, right? But those are on the back wall. Those are on the back wall, right? This lamp is on the desk, not in front of the. It's only in front to you, from your perspective. It's fine for me. It's not bothering me at all. I can see the monitor perfectly fine. Are you having like a problem with the depth perception part of it? There is space between here, right here, the lava lamp, right, and the desk, which is on, right, and then there's me and the space that I'm occupying right now between the desk and me, right? The desk, then there's me, then there's another desk behind me, right? There's another place where there's another computer, right? It's a different computer. I prefer the laptop. It helps while I'm streaming, right? And there's monitors over there, right? Are you seeing what I'm saying here? Is it all making sense? The monitor, the green monitor that you keep talking about, even though I've said it like 2 or 3 times, is not on the desk. It's not on the desk that you can see. There's another shorter desk behind this desk, right? Behind me, where I am. You see how the monitor behind me is behind me? I don't know how better to say this. I'm moving on.
We begin with Francine. Parts of Louisiana are underwater and nearly 400,000 people are in the dark this morning after the storm slammed into the state as a Category 2 hurricane last night. You can see in this video the storm surge pushing water several feet high into streets and buildings. Coastal communities along the Gulf Coast, including New Orleans, are most impacted. Francine weakened into a tropical storm overnight and will continue to weaken as it moves north into Mississippi, but it will still bring potentially record flooding and possible tornado threats to the region. CBS News correspondent Janet Shamlian is joining us now from Gulfport, Mississippi. I mean, Janet, that video we were seeing of that storm surge, just incredible. And Gulfport, where you are, recorded a new record for daily rainfall Wednesday. So what are the current conditions?
Lindsay, good morning from Gulfport. Good to be with you today. Yes, a one-day record for rainfall here yesterday, more than 4 inches. That breaks a record set in 1994 of 2.9 inches. So we got a lot of rain yesterday. We saw those winds, but this storm moved out of this area quite quickly. Let me show you. We're at the Gulfport Marina right now. There where people are tying up their boats, and we saw a lot of people here yesterday, rather, tying up their boats. And it's, it's not a beautiful beach day, but again, this moved out pretty quickly. And you can see it doesn't look too badly here. It's now pushing into northern Mississippi, places like Jackson, where the city government has shut down some services. There's a university that's canceled classes and other schools that have canceled classes today. We were on the dirty side of this, but here in Gulfport, a little bit far west to see the dramatic impacts that they saw, Lindsay, in the Louisiana area.
Well, that said, what are some of the lingering threats of the storm system?
Yeah, so it's a concern right now because we are on the beach. A lot of people come here for the beach, rip currents. That's going to continue to be an issue, not just today here in Mississippi, but for the next couple of days and in Louisiana as well. And
okay. Let's go to this one.
In the tropics, here is our latest update from the National Hurricane Center, where Francine is now down to a tropical depression currently. It has weakened to a 35-mile-per-hour storm system here as of the 8 a.m. advisory. Moving north-northeast at about 12 miles an hour, it's currently 30 miles south of Jackson, Mississippi. Here is the current track, so it's likely to continue to weaken, just bringing lots of rainfall kind of where you see that track, right in that area. By the time we get to tomorrow early in the morning, right about 2 a.m., it should be down to just kind of a remnant low pressure system. In the other parts of the tropics, we have Tropical Depression 7. This is the latest advisory on this one. This is likely to stay out to sea, strengthening, though, to a tropical storm by the time we get into tomorrow. And then as we head into the next couple days, it should stay a tropical storm. Here's a look at the other areas in the tropics, too. It's kind of busy here as we're right around the peak of hurricane season. 30% chance on that area off the coast of the Carolinas, the southeast coast of the U.S. That is likely to at least bring a ton of rainfall here.
This guy looks like a slightly chubbier Ben Shapiro.
For some of us into next week and potentially a large part of the southeast part of the country, and then just some very low chances of development on those two other areas out in the central Atlantic.
Okay, so yeah, there's one tropical depression in the Atlantic right now that could turn into a hurricane, although like he said, at least for now, it would appear that the likelihood of it making its way all the way to the United States is somewhat low, although nothing is impossible. You think I'm being defensive or hostile? What does that mean? About what? About the desk? You're just not understanding what I'm saying, man. I've said it like 4 or 5 times. They're on separate desks. I need you to use your imagination. The lamp and the green monitor, which you keep referencing, are on 2 different desks. Consider this, or at least consider this to be a wraparound desk, if you will. But it's not. There's a second desk behind it. But it's just maybe if that makes it make more sense for you. I'm just trying to explain it as best as I possibly can. But if you look, and unfortunately I can't like put my mouse over this screen and like point to shit to you piece by piece. But the 3 monitors that are clearly, I thought they were clearly behind me, are behind me, right? I'm in the middle. Then there's the desk in front of me, which has the lamp and the chess piece and the books and the laptop on it, and nothing else on it. Is there space between the desks for me to walk? Yes, exactly, right. There is space, which I occupy between, the desk in front of me and the one behind me. I don't feel like I can explain it better. That's the problem. And this has got nothing to do with hostility or defensiveness. I just was a little exasperated from having explained it like as many times as I have now. I've run out of ways to explain it. I want to explain it better, in fact, just because I want you to understand it real bad. Like, it's important to me. Alright, let's go here. Reuters from 15 hours ago. Could AI predict hurricanes in the cloud? Ooh, that's fun. Predicting hurricanes in the cloud, you say?
We're having to deal with more extreme weather from climate change. Yet at the same time, we were despairing that our weather forecasts were potentially getting less accurate. Now we have AI meteorology. It's better, it's faster, and yet, amazingly, it's also cheaper.
Welcome to Disrupted. I'm Elena Casas. As climate change leads to more unpredictable weather around the world, accurate forecasts are more important than ever. But predicting the weather is inherently complicated. National weather services in developed countries use enormous supercomputers to crunch huge amounts of atmospheric data. But now some researchers say that work can be done more accurately by using AI. One startup looking at using artificial intelligence to read the skies is Atmo, and CEO Alex Levy joins me now. Alex, hi. How can AI learn to forecast the weather?
It wasn't clear at the beginning whether this would be feasible, whether the results would be better, but we've since found out that it's possible to create AI meteorology that is up to 50% more accurate. It's up to 100 times more detailed. But amazingly, even for all of that, it runs 40 to 50,000 times faster.
But how can it be more detailed and more accurate?
Well, the way to think about it is the difference between learning from the textbook and learning from experience. The classical way of doing forecasting was a very logical method called numerical weather prediction that tried to predict the weather by writing down all of the physical equations of the atmosphere. By contrast, the AI approach to meteorology studies vast quantities of real weather data, makes millions of predictions itself, and each time it makes errors, even very tiny errors, it issues to itself millions of corrections, which means that as it progresses, it becomes more and more accurate.
Atmo argues that the speed of AI calculations can also make for more detailed forecasts, even in places that lack historical weather data.
Well, that's exciting, because as we've talked about previously, AI is helping to make weather more extreme and unpredictable as they've been contributing to climate change. Pretty, not I don't know about heftily, but they've certainly been increasing their carbon emissions greatly. But now, at least now that we have AI, we can at least predict the extreme weather coming at us even faster. How good. Alright, let's go to this. Here's CBS New York from 3 days ago. Sunken, quote unquote, basketball court among New York City's flood prevention plans. Let's see about these supposed sunken basketball courts.
The beginning of the month marked 3 years since the remnants of Hurricane Ida flooded our area, and work is still being done to protect New Yorkers. Vanessa Murdoch covers climate change for us, and she has more on the efforts to keep up with extreme rainfall.
Every time it rains here, everybody's traumatized, and the city doesn't care.
3 years ago feels like yesterday for Mrs. Servos of East Elmhurst. Ida unleashed water that raced into her home from the street and the communal, which has no drainage.
4 feet of water. Everything destroyed.
Servos says the city is fixing nearby blocks.
We need help here.
Our climate is changing faster than our infrastructure can keep up.
But the city is working hard to keep pace, according to the Adams administration, which showcased its varied efforts at a press conference in Queens Village Monday.
Investment like these are a key part of public safety and affordability. So every dollar we spend on flood infrastructure, we save $7 in prevented damage.
Nearly a mile-long median along Hillside Avenue, which used to be concrete, stands transformed.
And it's been replaced with this absorbent green infrastructure.
In 2025, a first of its kind in the country, Cloudburst Sunken Basketball Court will be unveiled at NYCHA's South Jamaica houses.
Cloudburst infrastructure is where you design public spaces to be temporary holding tanks.
The sunken public space will capture nearly 3.5 million gallons a year.
We put in our 200th flood sensor around the city today.
Agarwal says the city is on track to install 500, allowing anyone around the globe to pinpoint flooding in the 5 boroughs. Still, for Mrs. Servos, the tech, the infrastructure improvements don't hit close enough to home.
Nobody.
Alright, since it's getting so late, and we're like 4 hours in already here, I'm gonna skip a few. Let's go. Let's go here and talk real quickly about the aftermath of Typhoon Yagi once again. has really hit the southeastern Asia region quite hard.
Bolivian firefighters can.
Skipping that for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You uploaded the desk location to Raptors Discord?
Dozens are dead after Typhoon Yagi hit northern Vietnam. The typhoon made landfall on Saturday on the country's northeastern coast and was downgraded to a tropical depression on Sunday. It cut power to millions of households and companies, flooded highways, and downed a medium-sized bridge and thousands of trees. Vietnam's weather agency warns of more floods and landslides, noting that rainfall ranged between 208 and 433 millimeters in several parts of the northern region over the past 24 hours.
Nói chung là mất hết anh ạ. Không còn gì cả.
I've lost everything. There's nothing left. I look around, people have also lost all they had. Just like me.
Thì cái tài sản nó sẽ khác với em.
Even though I'm sad, I can't talk about it because it's not just me who's suffering.
Không dám nói là lúc nào cũng nói là mình khổ thế này cũng không được.
I can only try to recover from this.
Chắc chắn là trắng tay anh ạ, bởi vì
I'm left empty-handed because I borrowed money to invest in this place.
Vốn là vay hết hoàn toàn.
I've not yet paid back the old debt. Now this has happened.
Bây giờ lại
So I definitely have nothing
chắc chắn là
left.
trắng tay rồi. Không còn gì nữa. Không thể khóc mà cũng không biết làm thế nào được nữa. Nó quá đau. Cơn bão.
Yeah, it sucks. The storm has devastated the city. Trees fell down to people's houses, cars, and people on the street, causing huge damages to Hanoi and to the county. The damage done to this community is extremely severe. Most of the roof was blown away or the ceiling caved in. It may take 2, 3, or 4 years for this place to look the same again because the surrounding looks like an apocalypse day. It does look like that. Never before has a storm dealt this much damage. There are families that did not know how to get higher ground, so now our household appliances like washing machines, refrigerators, and motorcycles are submerged. Jesus Christ. Water has not yet receded, so we, oh my god, she's talking so fast. She's talking so fast. The water's not yet receded, so we have not been able to fully assess. Okay. We're going to take a quick space break here before we hit up the global news. My god, it's late. We're already 4.5 hours in. This is insane. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And the best way to help contribute to the Galactic News Patron is on Patreon and becoming a Galactic Patron. That's right, just a few US dollars a month will get you a bunch of super sweet galactic benefits. Okay, I'm back. Which means it's time for the final half of the show. So buckle up, space fams. Global news is on its way. Okay, and as always, of course, we are going to start the global news off with a little space news. It's the best way to start off the global news section. Good to see you, Midi Doctors. So many emotes. My god, it's a veritable flood of emojis. Alright, let's go to CBS News from 15 hours ago because history has been made. And by history, I mean a billionaire did something. Yay! That's right. SpaceX's Polaris Dawn crew has made the first ever private spacewalk, at least supposedly. All funded by a billionaire.
We showed you this at the top of the hour. Right now, more than 400 miles above Earth, a historic moment in space is happening. The first ever private spacewalk is underway. 41-year-old tech billionaire Jared Isaacman, who's bankrolling the Polaris mission, stepped out of the SpaceX capsule moments ago. Now, lead space operations engineer Sarah Gillis is taking her turn. Joining us now to discuss exactly what it is that we're seeing is CBS News space analyst Bill Harwood. Bill, good morning. Always good to have you. Can you describe to us what is happening right now, and is all going as planned?
It is all going as planned. You know, what they're actually doing is they're testing these new spacesuits that SpaceX built in-house. They're trying to come up with a lower cost, more comfortable, easier to manufacture spacesuits for eventual flights to the moon and Mars.
Ooh, fancy.
When they think, eventually, they're going to need hundreds, if not thousands, of these suits. It's a very optimistic look at it, and this is a very small step in that direction, but it's a major step. As you said, it's the first privately financed spacewalk in space history, and it's quite a feather in the cap for SpaceX and for Jared Isaacman, the billionaire who put this flight together, to pull this off. And so far, so good. It's going right by the book.
And, you know, just so people know at home, they're not just sort of free-floating out into space a la George Clooney in Gravity. I mean, they're tethered. They're sort of just floating right outside the hatch. But look, space is not a forgiving place. Anything you do is going to involve risks. Also, the altitude where they are is higher radiation levels. What can you tell us about the risks involved in this spacewalk?
Well, you know, any spacewalk, as you say, is risky, no question about it. I mean, they're in a vacuum. They're moving at nearly 5 miles per second. You know, if a BB hits you at that kind of velocity, you're going to have a bad day. And there's a lot of space debris in orbit, as we all know.
Yeah, 5 miles a second. It does sound fast.
There is a risk of that. The radiation levels are slightly higher than what you would normally see on the International Space Station, for example. But, you know, really, if you think about it, the entire spacecraft is open to vacuum. There's no airlock on the Crew Dragon, so not only the two spacewalkers who we see outside and, you know, taking in the view of Earth, but their two crewmates inside the cabin are also in a vacuum. Their suits have to work perfectly as well. So there's definitely some risk in this. SpaceX has spent years preparing for it, and as best we can tell so far, they've hit it out of the park. No problems at all. But as you say, you never turn your back on this sort of thing. It's absolutely more risky than the average everyday event, no question.
And you mentioned the lack of an airlock. We talked about the suits a little bit. What else is different about this mission from a technology standpoint?
Well, you know, the spacesuits are the big item. You know, they've got really futuristic head-up display inside the helmet so they can just glance down at the lower left corner of their visor and
so
see
fancy.
critical data. They've added handholds to the spacecraft. They've added a completely new, or an additional anyway, nitrogen tanks and oxygen supplies so they could depressurize the cabin and repressurize it. They had to come up with procedures to keep the astronauts from getting decompression sickness, you know, the bends.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Bella. We're hearing applause. Does that mean, is Sarah Gillis sort of wrapping up?
Yes, it does mean that. Thank you. All right. Let's go on here. Associated Press from 3 hours ago. Their title, I thought, was much better. Thank you, Associated Press, for one time doing your job. It's a great title. Billionaire steps out of SpaceX capsule for the first private spacewalk hundreds of miles above the Earth.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I have a feeling the crowd is about to go wild.
There's SpaceX. Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world. Single mandate mobility demonstration.
Wow. He's outside of the capsule. Well, half outside of it at least. How epic.
Now, 24 Jamaican military and police officers are due to
Totally
arrive
worth
in
that
Haiti
$100
today.
million.
It's part-
Shut up, please. I'm in the middle of talking. Damn you, YouTube. Why are you always repressing me? What was I saying? Ah, yes. Totally worth that $100 million ticket, which the billionaire, whatever his name is, Lineker or something, paid to essentially be a part of this. I mean, he funded it, quote unquote, but it came with the expectation of him going into space. Seems like just a bought ticket. May Gary keep them safe. Yes, indeed. Yes, at least we can trust in Gary, because you can't trust in Elon. It's all true. It's all true. It's all real. Notice Elon isn't up there. I feel like Elon isn't up there because if he just went up there every time that a SpaceX rocket went up there, I think there'd be actual revolts outside of his house, not gonna lie. If this dude was just going up to space every other week or whatever it is, alright, it's a little bit more, a little bit less than that, but you know what I mean? Like, I think that, God, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. but I feel like that'd be just too much. He probably should just go to Mars, though. I agree. Mars is the place for you, Elon. It's all of your dreams come true. I'm sure of it. Done the research. And Mars is basically the most pro-Elon place you can be. Mostly because there's 0 people to object to any of his horrible sort of personality traits. Alright, now on to the actual global news. Back to Earth. Enough of billionaires in space. What about poor leftists in space, huh? We got dreams too. Alright. Let's go here. France 24, English from 16 hours ago. 1 year on. UN-backed Haiti mission still unable to launch major offensive against gangs. Weird.
Now, 24 Jamaican military and police officers are due to arrive in Haiti today. It's part of the 200 personnel Kingston has pledged the country. The deployment is part of the international security mission aimed at restoring order in one of the world's poorest states overrun by gangs. Kenya is the only country so far to have deployed police to.
I can't do it. I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy for this right now. It's more overrun by, I don't know, France and the United States. Oh, so just can't even do it today. Can't do it. Yeah, France. Why are they so poor and not in favor of their appointed government? Why are they so upset? I don't understand. When are they gonna get over it? I just can't do it today. Just can't do it. Maybe tomorrow I'll have more energy for that bullshit. I don't today. Let's just go on to here. Channel 4 news from a day ago. Ooh, here's a serious problem. Here's a serious problem. Channel 4 news has got a real pickle for us. Will an exodus of private school pupils overwhelm the state sector when VAT is added to fees?
Zuckerbucks.
Not VAT on private schools. Whatever will they do?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, one sector lobbying Rachel Reeves ahead of her first budget are private schools, with the Chancellor set to confirm charging VAT on private school fees from January. Our fact-check team has been analysing, will state schools be overwhelmed by an exodus of pupils priced out of private schooling, as many independent schools argue? Well,
I love this. I love this. It's such a great argument, right? It's like an inception of nonsense. It's like, but we can't. If you charge us taxes, suddenly the school for the poor will be overwhelmed by excess private school attendees thrust out of our schools by this added expense. However, will those schools manage?
the Institute for
It's feigned concern that's not actually like real concern. It's like the people who are complaining this don't care if state schools are overwhelmed or not, right? Like that's the problem. It's coming from an insincere fucking place.
Forecast adding VAT could see 3 to 7% of private school pupils leave in the coming years. Let's look at secondaries, because most private school pupils are secondary age. Out of 152 English Council areas, we found 144 should have space if state secondaries had to find places for 7% of private school pupils next year. But 8 council areas didn't have that level of spare places, areas like Coventry, Manchester and Rutland. Now, private schools themselves argue way more, up to 25%.
What is 8 in 142? Was it like 7%? 6%?
Of pupils could leave, according to a report commissioned by a group representing private schools. Out of 152 English Council areas, we found 136 should have space if state secondaries had to find places, even for 25% of private school pupils next year. This time, 16 areas didn't have that level of spare places.
So there's going to be an exodus out of Eton. Because suddenly the VAT... I'm going to keep calling it VAT, okay? I know people are calling it VAT, but I prefer VAT. VAT, that sounds crazy. What is a VAT? I don't want to go into a VAT. That sounds terrible and scary.
Would be, by the way, the worst case scenario. Some of these councils told us they're confident they won't be oversubscribed. Others were creating more places. A minority raised concerns. And in Scotland, primary and secondary here, and secondary level in Wales and Northern Ireland, we found all council areas should have room for at least 25% of private school pupils based on figures for 2022 to 23. Now, all this matters because the more pupils that leave private school, the less money the policy could raise for the Treasury, which wants it to fund priorities such as 6,500 new teachers recruited. And they say they do not expect ending tax.
And there's full circle right there. So they need the money to fund the schools, right? But the people at the private schools are complaining about having to help fund the schools because, in fact, it'll be bad for the schools because then they won't have enough funding. Wait, what? They already don't have enough funding. They're already dealing with this problem. It already exists. So what are you talking about? This is ridiculous. This is so nonsensical. Oh boy. You don't know why they're being called gangs? You know why they're being called gangs. You know why. It's a combination of racism and colonialism. And the fact that I feel like the West has just been trying to beat down Haiti ever since that slave revolt from like the 1800s. Like, genuinely. Like, ever since then, they were like, no, this country's not going to have democracy ever again. This is the issue the U.S. has had. Yeah, it's a similar situation. Like, charter schools certainly start popping up in my mind when I'm listening to this this discussion about private schools in England. There's certainly a slightly different situation, right? But there's certainly sort of parallel, sort of tangential situations that have some clear commonalities. I'm gonna save this one too. I'm exhausted today. It's been a long day, and it's late as shit. I started late, and we're like 5 hours in. It's nuts. I mean, I have been trying to stream more lately, since we are able to continue our programming through September at the same rate as we were up till now, and hopefully we'll be able to continue it longer. We're getting closer and closer to being monetized, and thankfully clipping has certainly been helping in terms of getting more views. But yeah, the length of the streams I've been trying to increase as well, just so everybody can come to the stream. And I do have a lot of threats of unsubscribing every time I threaten to end a stream, so, you know. You're upset about the lamp still. Well, I feel like I've explained this ad nauseum, but the fact is that computer monitor is not meant to be read by you. It's only meant to be read by me. The lamp is on the desk and doesn't actually impede my vision of the monitor at all. So I feel good about it. I feel good where it is exactly, as it is. Alright, let's go. Let's go here. Guardian News. Actually, no. Reuters. Let's go to Reuters. Let's skip these two. Let's go to Reuters. 2 days ago, Kim Jong-un vows to boost North Korea's nuclear arsenal. Oh, how good. It is in no way a space safety risk. It does not even require power. It, you know, as you can see, there's no cords coming out of it. Perfectly safe.
Has laid out plans to...
Don't you worry.
North Korea's Kim Jong-un has laid out plans to, quote, exponentially increase the country's nuclear weapons, according to state media KCNA on Tuesday. They quoted a speech Kim gave the day before to mark North Korea's founding anniversary. KCNA also reported that a so-called nuclear force construction policy is in the works, which it says would allow Pyongyang to more thoroughly prepare, quote, nuclear capability and its readiness to use it properly at any given time and ensuring the security rights of the state. Kim, in his speech, emphasized the need for a strong military to counter threats from the US and its allies, citing a grave threat from a US-led nuclear military bloc in the region. Germany last month joined the United Nations Command, which is led by the United States and South Korea. That move...
Okay, so yeah, it's not great news. I mean, I don't know how much it changes from what his previous stance was, but, you know, hearing that certainly doesn't make one brim with excitement or confidence about the state of things in Asia. Let's move on to this. Actually, let's talk about Israel. We got a bunch of stuff to talk with Israel. It's gonna take up the rest of the stream just to do it. Now, start in a place that's just mystifying to me. Because it's taken 10.5 months, 11 months? No, 11 months, sorry. 11 months and 1 week for ABC. Oh, sorry, not 1 week. This was actually from a week ago, but it just finally made its way into my feed somehow. Here's ABC News from a week ago. Finally acknowledging something that happened over, let's see, I think it was like a month and a half ago now. It was like 5 or 6 weeks ago.
From northern Africa to the mountains of Scotland, the California coast, America's urban city centers, South American border towns, and more. Throughout our Prime Focus pieces, our ABC News reporters are shining a light on some of the most pressing and underreported stories of our time. And tonight, we'd like to report on yet another story that's happening behind the scenes. In tonight's Prime Focus, we're in Israel, reporting from one of the country's military prisons, Stetman, and speak to a former guard who is peeling back the curtain on the alleged atrocities he says he saw in plain sight, kept away from the public as formerly incarcerated Palestinians now speak out. ABC's Britt Clennett reports from Bethlehem.
في الليل لا أستطيع النوم لا أنا مثل أي إنسان عادي.
I forgot this one has a bunch of subtitles in it. Sometimes I can't sleep at night, like a normal person, because of the injustice that's happened to me.
Limping, hunched over and cradling his arm, after 9 months in an Israeli prison, Moazzez Abayat is a broken man.
Nice to meet you.
From his home in Bethlehem, Moazzez describes to us the abuse he says he received at the hands of the Israeli guards inside Kitziot prison.
قبل أسري أنا إنسان رياضي جسد مشدود.
This is the moment he walked out of prison, released without charge after 9 months of incarceration.
كان في رأسي ضرب في هذه المنطقة بمواسير حديدية وأداة حديدية على رأسي. يدي اليمنى كسرت من هذه المنطقة وكنت أعاني منها وما زلت أعاني منها إصابات. كما كسرت قدمي من هنا في هذا الاتجاه وأنا أعاني لا أستطيع. كما تعرضت لحروق، انظروا لحروق في أقدامي.
Arrested at his home in late October, Moazzez was accused of having links to Hamas.
أنا إنسان مدني أعزل. لم تعتقلني من جبهة قتال ولا من دبابة مصفحة.
You did not arrest me from a combat. He insisted you are a murderer.
وشد علي في الكلام قال
Sorry,
لي
I
أنت
forgot.
قاتل.
I said I am not a murderer. I said I'm not on your side or their side. So he put the eye covering back on.
مجموعة رجال من وحدة النحشن وانهالوا علي بالضرب.
And beat me badly.
Moazzez says he was routinely stripped naked and hit in his genitals.
I guess ABC can't afford someone to do the voiceover.
These men seen here in videos circulating online in the early months of the war in Gaza, stripped before being transported to Israeli detention facilities. Since Hamas's terrorist attack on October 7th, the Palestinian prison population has almost doubled as part of a sweeping crackdown in Gaza and the West Bank.
Oh, it's a crackdown on what?
According to Israeli human rights group B'Tselem, who advocate for Palestinian rights.
Like, you can hear ABC trying to, like, toe the line on both sides here, like, to acknowledge the fact that concentration camps exist in Israel and all this other shit is happening, like these horrific war crimes and torture and all this other stuff. But at the same time, still saying it's a crackdown on, like as if it's some like the war on drugs or something. You know, oh, it's a crime that they're cracking down on. Like, what are they cracking? They're cracking down on just humans for just existing. It's a weird way to put it, is all I'm saying. It's the language that's being used.
Around half have been held in administrative detention, meaning, like Moazzez, they can be held without charge. Since the war began, an unknown number of Palestinians arrested by the IDF have also been taken to a now notorious military facility in the Negev desert, Sde Teman. Those who have been inside it call it Israel's Guantanamo.
So it wasn't very clear to me in the beginning what Sde Teman would be.
This former prison guard speaking to ABC News, his face and voice concealed at his request.
They told us that as we're like guarding these cells, we're supposed to not allow them to speak or move or peek under their blindfolds. All of the detainees were blindfolded 24/7 basically.
He recounts one punishment when a detainee peeked through his blindfold.
They took him to a relatively hidden place near the cell, and I could hear, banging on the metal wall. They brought him back to the cell, and I could see how the guy's wrists and arms were really visibly bruised. And he showed, his ribcage bruised and bloodied.
He says some soldiers were knowingly and deliberately violent.
There's something about Sde Teman which was so shocking to me is how cold-blooded it all was. Because in the war in Gaza, there's this sense of, danger and urgency, which sort of makes a lot of mistakes admissible as mistakes. And I feel like this can't be a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's all done in complete calm. I honestly think that the only way these things can ever stop is if they're exposed.
A doctor who spent time in Sde Teman also speaking out on the condition we not name him or show his face.
When I looked around, all of the patients were restrained in a way that goes beyond what I would expect while in a medical facility. Which means each one of them, all of their arms and legs were strapped with handcuffs to the side of the bed, so that it would be basically impossible for them to move or try to reach with their hands, even to their own bodies. Besides that, everyone was blindfolded. Even when we were visiting them, we would not move the blindfolds. Patients we had the opportunity to interact with were naked, besides a diaper. If you think about laying in a bed, unable to move, unable to see, defecating and urinating on yourself as an adult, in my book, that's torture.
This is as far as we can get into the State Taman military base. That's after months of serious allegations of abuse against Palestinian prisoners.
Yeah, ignore it, which you guys have ignored.
Showing the night that reservists.
It is hilarious to hear them talk about months of allegations of abuse. Allegations of abuse that ABC has basically ignored time and time again. And instead brought us unnecessary garbage news time and time again. And it's just so frustrating to hear them talk about it. I mean, it's great to hear them talk about it at all. But then, like, when they talk about it like this, it's like, yeah, we know. Did you knew this whole time too, and you just haven't really been focused in on it?
Are accused of sexually assaulting a detainee inside State Taman. Soldiers appearing to take the prisoner behind a row of shields. The footage airing on Israel's Channel 12, the edited 12-second clip, part of the visual evidence in the heart of an investigation. The detainee taken to a nearby hospital with life-threatening internal injuries. 10 reservists arrested in July in connection with the alleged assault. 5 remain under house arrest. The lawyers for the accused guards deny the allegations. In a statement to ABC News, the IDF said it, quote, rejects claims concerning the systematic abuse of detainees in its facilities, including through violence, sexual violence, or torture. Any abuse of detainees violates the law and IDF directives, and as such is strictly prohibited. They say they investigate allegations of abuse within the prison system.
Yeah, and this is, once again, this came out a week ago, over a month after those allegations came out. It took them this long to release a report. So, you know, it's a little weird that it took them this long. Let's go here. Global news. 3 days ago. Israeli airstrike on Syria reportedly kills at least 16, injures nearly 40.
Illegal.
An Israeli airstrike, Syrian officials say, killing around 20 people, injuring roughly 40.
Whether they are chemical facility or a weapons facility, or there were individuals there that they wanted to assassinate, is not clear. But I'm sure it was a military intelligence.
You're sure? Why are you sure?
Has attacked weapons plants.
I'm so sick of this guy. He comes out on global news all the time. This is John Allen guy, University of Toronto. And he is constantly just, like, giving Israel the benefit of the doubt where doubt does not exist. And it's just mind-boggling to me that he seemingly finds it every time. It's fascinating to me that this guy is capable of doing it. Because in this case, like, where is this sureness that you seem to have, that you not even seem to have? He says he's sure that there's a military target there. If you're so sure, name the target. If not, if you can't name the target, then you are literally just sort of, you know, backing up what seemed to be war crimes, claiming that they had a legitimate target without any evidence of it, and giving the benefit of the doubt where it should not be given.
But I'm sure it was a military intelligence target.
Israel has attacked weapons plants many times before. This strike, though, coming with especially heightened tensions. In the West Bank, a funeral for a Turkish-American woman who was protesting and killed, witnesses say, by Israeli snipers.
They shot her in the head intentionally.
In Lebanon, 3 medics dead from IDF airstrikes. And the Israeli man killed by a Jordanian at a key border crossing laid to rest. The killer died, and his family also receiving condolences. A former ambassador to Israel says inciting incidents have not yet sparked wider war.
Hezbollah and those operating on behalf of Iran.
Alright, I've had enough of this guy. Let's go on. Let's see. Speaking of bias in the media, which I think we basically talked about in both videos now, discussing Israel's conduct. Let's go here to Navarre Media discussing the supposed BBC pro-Palestinian bias.
A new report into BBC bias on Israel's assault on Gaza has been released. And for those who've been watching the BBC's coverage of the war over the last year, its findings may come as a surprise. This is how The Telegraph wrote up the report. The BBC breached its own guidelines 1,500 times over the war, with its coverage heavily biased against Israel. The report was compiled using artificial intelligence to analyse around 2,000 articles published by the BBC in both English and Arabic, as well as transcripts of hundreds of hours of audio and video output. ChatGPT was asked to rate the items in the dataset based on whether it created sympathy for Israel or Palestine. According to the report, the AI found that the BBC's output was 3 to 6 times more sympathetic to Palestine than to Israel. The study also did some quantitative analysis, counting up how many times certain words were used in relation to Israel versus Palestine. Now, it found that the BBC linked the phrase war crimes to Israel nearly 130 times versus 30 times to Hamas. Genocide was linked to Israel nearly
300 how's that possible?
19 times to Hamas.
It must be bias. Couldn't possibly be correlation or causation or both. Say, Israel causing these things, Israel's actions correlating to these things being in the media more. I mean, that would be too much.
A similar result for the phrase breach of international law, whereas crimes against humanity was linked to Hamas a little more than to Israel. Now, this, to me, seems like a stupid method, right? So you've got ChatGPT to read a load of articles and said, you, Mr. AI, do you feel more positive about Israel or Palestine after reading this? Now, the thing to know, especially I saw that chart on Twitter, and it just struck me as completely ridiculous. Of course, there are more stories that associate Israel with, genocide because there was a case at the International Criminal Court, or war crimes because Israel are literally killing people every day, right? Hamas did what they did on one day, October the 7th, right? There were lots and lots of reports about that. I don't think anyone can suggest that that was an event in the world which was undercovered, which was underreported. Right?
Yeah, no kidding.
It clearly wasn't. And actually, by the way,
I mean,
lots of the stuff which was
let's be real. They're still reporting on October 7th today, all right? Every single day that we listen to reports on what's happening in Gaza or Palestine in general, or in the region around Israel, literally, not a single one of these stories can be told by the mainstream media without re-mentioning once again October 7th. It's like it was litigated, relitigated, and then just sort of been turned into the dead horse of 2024. Excuse the comparisons here, but the media has literally told us about October 7th every single day since October 7th. It's almost October 7th, 2024 right now. I mean, come on.
About it was
the fact is they immediately ran out of things to report on Hamas doing bad because Israel immediately just started genociding Palestinians. Like, I mean, it's not magic that these two things are, that Israel's being correlated with the things that it's doing. It's just like, that's how reporting is supposed to work.
Spurious. Lots of it obviously wasn't spurious. Lots of it was real in terms of the outrages which were committed, but there were lots of spurious reporting about that. I think you'd really struggle to suggest that the British media, the Western media, didn't take October the 7th seriously, right? But they've said because they've put the word genocide or war crimes next to Israel more often than Hamas. That shows bias. There's a simpler explanation, which is that Israel have been doing what they've been doing for months, and they've killed, well, now about 40 times as many people as were killed on October the 7th. It is, of course, worth bearing in mind the report looked at articles published between October the 7th last year and February 7th this year. So in terms of that word genocide, this is key. It did include the period when South Africa successfully filed a case against Israel of genocide at the International Court of Justice. So successful in the sense that the International Court of Justice said they would take this up. Not successful in the sense that the International Court said this is genocide, but that was never the intention anyway. That was, of course, a pretty newsworthy event. You can't complain that the BBC put the word genocide with Israel in a bunch of...
Seriously, though. Oh, how dare you? How dare you?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Must be pro-Hamas.
Fundamental level. Is this just what pro-Israel people do? And is it just a mirror image of what we do as people who are critical of Israel when we sort of all saying, oh, the BBC is really biased. The BBC say, look, we're somewhere in between. We're getting attacked from both sides, and surely we're doing something right.
Well, I think the first thing you've got to look at is the fact that this is part of a strategy on behalf of pro-Israel advocates across the global north, and in particular in English-speaking countries, Britain and America, where there is a concerted effort on behalf of well-resourced organizations, often with close connections to the Israeli embassy in these respective countries, to monitor mainstream media coverage of Israel and lodge complaint after complaint after complaint of what are largely fact-based news items. Now, from the examples that you can see in this report, the objection seems to be that unless you describe Hamas as somehow subhuman, demonic, barbaric, and you use actively incredibly negative language to describe them factually and to try and provide a dispassionate analysis, that is itself a expression of bias in favor of Hamas or bias against Israel.
Exactly. How dare you even attempt to accurately report the events of this situation? That is pro-Hamas propaganda. How dare you? And the fact is we had criticisms day in, day out of BBC's coverage for months and months and months. And only recently have they even kind of attempted to, worm their way out of the sort of biased garbage they were, pushing forward on us every fucking opportunity that they could get, reminding us of the atrocities of October 7th as if we could forget it, and yet ignoring the plight of Palestinian people, and using language which is sort of the BBC's whole job, in ways that was clearly pretty biased in the other direction. I think it'd be pretty easy to make that case. You don't need AI for that. I think we could do that in a short time. Alright, let's go here. This is Democracy Now! From a few days ago, where they had on the parents of Rachel Corrie, who was a activist, an American activist, I believe, who died in the West Bank in a very, very similar way to Ashnar Ayigi. But it was 20 years ago, I believe, or it was quite a while ago. I know that. And they discussed the recent events in light of the death of Ashnar. I don't think I'm saying that right yet still.
I want to turn right now to a family that knows the pain of a daughter's death. Aishinur Aigi had been volunteering with the International Solidarity Movement, or ISM, to try to protect Palestinians from attacks by the Israeli military and settlers. That's the same group that Rachel Corrie, also a U.S. citizen, she was a student at Evergreen College in Washington, in Olympia. She was volunteering with ISM in 2003. When she was crushed to death, it was actually 3 days before the U.S. invaded Iraq. It was March 16, 2003. She was crushed to death in Gaza by an Israeli military bulldozer. She was trying to protect the home of a Palestinian pharmacist family in Rafah that was about to be demolished. She was 23. We're joined right now by Rachel's parents, Cindy and Craig Corrie. After Rachel was killed, they devoted their lives to our cause, founded the nonprofit Rachel Corrie Foundation for Peace and Justice. Cindy is the foundation's president, Craig the treasurer. They've also gone on interfaith peace missions to Israel, to Gaza, and the West Bank. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Cindy and Craig. I remember seeing you at Evergreen College. It was the largest graduation Evergreen ever had in Olympia that year, 2003, but it was missing one student who was supposed to have graduated, your daughter Cindy, who was killed in Rafah. When you heard this news of Aishinur on Friday, I was wondering your response, and if you can talk about what you see as the parallels.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you to all of your guests who have shared this very tragic story. We started to get word about what had happened to Aishinur on Friday morning, and it was, of course, very disturbing and emotional for us. I think for me, it thrusts us back to that moment on March 16th, 2003, about noon, when we were in Charlotte, North Carolina, and got the word about Rachel. And I remember, just the horror and the pain of that news. And so for me on Friday morning, I remember wondering, would I ever feel whole again? Would I ever be the same person again? Could I ever enjoy life? I mean, it's a parent's nightmare. And so Friday morning, knowing that there was another family so nearby in Seattle who was getting that same kind of news was just very, very disturbing. And we continue to just feel deeply about what that family is experiencing right now.
It's gotta be a tough moment for them. It's like almost like reliving the death of their daughter. Now, of course, it's not the same. But I think that she was involved, essentially, in the group that they founded in the wake of their daughter's death, and it's just so fucking tragic. They seemingly have just not given up, and like I was wrong. I was right, but I was wrong in the other direction. It's even more than 20 years. It's been 21 plus fucking years now since that happened, and they've been going for decades apparently. Let's go here. Anthony Blinken was meeting with English Foreign Minister. God, I can't think of his name right now. Point is, I mean, that's not an important part because he didn't speak at all during this, I don't think, or at least not during this particular clip. This is all Blinken. All Blinken all the time. Lammy, thank you, Bad Lefty. Associated Press here a couple of days ago. He came out and decided to finally speak publicly about the death of Aishinur, who was in fact an American citizen.
With regard to the tragic killing of Eisenhower, I think what we saw of this investigation is it seems to show what eyewitnesses have said and made clear, that her killing was both unprovoked and unjustified. No one should be shot and killed for attending a protest.
Interesting.
No one should have to put their life at risk just for freely expressing their views. In our judgment, Israeli security forces...
If that's true, then we got some stuff to talk about back here in America, too. But one thing at a time.
Need to make some fundamental changes in the way that they operate in the West Bank, including changes to their rules of engagement. We've long seen reports of the security forces looking the other way when extremist settlers use violence against Palestinians.
This wasn't extremist settlers.
We've seen reports of excessive force
This is
by
the
Israeli
idea.
security forces against Palestinians. And now we have the second American citizen killed at the hands of Israeli security forces.
Yeah. What are we going to be doing about this, Anthony?
It's not acceptable.
No? Okay.
It has to change.
Yeah.
And
it
we'll
does.
be making that clear to the senior-most members of the Israeli government.
How are we going to be making it clear? Because I feel like this statement already did that. You would think this might be too bold of an assumption to make, but you would think that an ally would know that killing one of our citizens would be unacceptable, right? You would think. You wouldn't need to tell them that, right? Because like a synonym for an ally is like a friend, right? And you wouldn't have to tell your friend not to kill your mom, right? Or whatever, like your pal. You know, it just it doesn't add up, right? Doesn't fucking add up. Someone explain it to me in a way that makes sense, please. Alright, let's go. Here's CNN. Also seemingly stumbling into trying to do actual journalism for a moment. Let's see how that goes. CNN from 2 days ago. They told us this area was safe, quote unquote. Designated Gaza safe zone, targeted by Israeli airstrike.
Rescuers have been digging through sand and debris at a camp for displaced Palestinians after an overnight strike by Israeli forces left scores of people dead, wounded or missing. The Israeli military says it struck Hamas terrorists operating a command centre embedded in the humanitarian safe zone in Khan Yunis. Hamas denies its fighters were present. Gaza civil defence officials say entire families disappeared into the sand. The UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees says the civilians in the Al-Mawasi area had no way to escape.
If you try and picture the area, these are the most crowded surroundings you could imagine. There's barely room to walk in between tents that are crowded onto beaches. It was late at night. Colleagues heard what they believe were the strikes and just absolutely devastating. No way whatsoever that the civilians in these areas were able to protect themselves.
Well, Israeli forces have previously hit Al-Mawasi in their pursuit of Hamas commanders. A strike in mid-July killed at least 90 Palestinians. Well, for more, CNN's Matthew Chance monitoring this from Tel Aviv in Israel. I know that the detail is still coming in, but what more do we know about this strike in an area, as I say, previously struck by the IDF in pursuit, they say, of Hamas terrorists?
Previously? Why do you keep saying previously struck for reasons? Why does that matter?
Well, Becky, I mean, first thing you can notice, or one of the first things you notice when you look at the video and the images that are coming out of the Al-Mawasi region in the Gaza Strip, is that this was a massive attack. I mean, the weaponry that was involved was extremely powerful, clearly. Some of the craters that have been left by the strikes are 7 meters deep. And so an extraordinary amount of damage has been caused in what would have been a densely populated sort of area, a humanitarian zone in the Gaza Strip. And of course, civilians and ordinary people are again paying that very high price.
He seems to be genuinely struggling just saying the details of what the fuck we're doing here, as if somehow uttering the truth would be, I don't know. Is it just me, or do these big media organizations seem to think that criticism of Israel is tantamount to saying Voldemort?
As rescue workers scrambled for survivors, eyewitnesses say the Israeli strikes targeted what was meant to be a safe zone in the southern Gaza Strip, ripping through tents and makeshift shelters, leaving deep craters, and dozens have killed and injured. They told us this area was safe, says this man. I swear the people here were just normal, he says, not fighters. By daylight, you can see the extent of the destruction. Israel's military says it conducted a precise strike on Hamas terrorists, operating a command and control center inside this humanitarian zone. An IDF statement says prior to the strike, numerous steps were taken to mitigate the risk of harming civilians.
Oh, really? Where's the evidence of that?
But this was a heavily populated area.
Mm.
Civilians were caught up in the powerful blast.
Oh, they were caught up. They were caught up. It's accidental. That's what that means. Caught up means accidental, right? Oh, whoopsies. Didn't mean to get in the way of your bomb. So sorry. What in the fuck is CNN doing here? They can't figure out. They can't seem to figure out how to actually narrate what the fuck is happening. All right, civilians are being targeted and massacred day in, day out in the same place. You don't have to, don't have to look hard. It's a teeny tiny strip of land in the Middle East that is just being pummeled by U.S. bombs, CNN.
2 daughters were completely buried under the sand. Only one survived, he says. And he says he found the body parts of his neighbors strewn around. This 12-year-old girl...
Oh, they sounded sirens just before the bombs. It's a good point, Jerry. I forgot the siren rule. As long as you make a loud noise before you kill somebody, it's fine. It says it in the Bible.
Jesus, I say that.
Hush, Amarosa. I'm trying to make a point. It's in the Bible, and it's in the law. As long as you... I've heard. Now, don't actually... I'm not even going to say it. I'm sorry. I'm not... What I was about to say, I feel like... If the sarcasm doesn't come across well enough, I'm gonna be on the hook for some shit. But the thing that I'm thinking right now, I want to say it so bad. Partially just because I'm so amused by the idea of it, because it's so nonsensical. But like... Here, I'm going to do it in a slightly different way. And hopefully this will be good enough. This will get us around any problems, okay? Now, I hear that as long as you run up to somebody with a one of those basketball horns and blow it off in their face first, and then you blast them with a water gun, like a super soaker of some kind, you're off the hook for any sort of damage that super soaker might cause to, say, their electronic devices or whatever else they might be holding, because you got them with the foghorn first, right? As long as they have the forewarning of a horn beforehand, they should have known better they should have rid themselves of all sorts of devices that might be affected by water, because they should have known that was what was coming next. Come on. That's just how the law works. It's not as good when I use that particular, because really the real version of that joke is truly takes it to that level of nonsensical, I think. Alright, let's go here. Navarra Media. Actually, no, we're gonna skip this, go here. Second to last video. I'm just tired of shit. We're like half an hour away from being 6 hours. France 24 English. Actually, no. Wait, how much time do we have? We might not be able to do a real after stream, but we're gonna do this. We're gonna get all these in here. Navarra Media, please. On the same situation. Let's see how they managed to get through this.
The bodies of 19 Palestinians have reportedly been recovered from the site of an Israeli airstrike in al-Mawasi. Now, the tent camp had been declared a safe zone by the IDF, but witnesses say it was hit by at least 4 missiles overnight. The missiles left 3 craters in the camp, burying more than 20 tents. At least one of those craters appears to be around 9 meters deep. The Gaza Civil Defense has reported that, quote, entire families disappeared in the Mawasi Khan Yunis massacre under the sand in deep holes. Overnight, rescue workers and residents tried to find missing people, combing through the sand of the craters with garden tools and their bare hands. Other footage taken at the scene shows rescue workers retrieving body parts, including what appears to be a human leg. The attack has left broken tents and belongings thrown across the site. The Gaza Ministry of Health has reported that at least 60 people were wounded in the attack. They add that a number of victims remain under the rubble, under the sand, and on the roads. Now, the Gaza Health Ministry had initially reported that 40 people had been killed in the strike. They later downgraded that figure to 19, based on the number of bodies that have so far arrived in nearby hospitals, but they've warned that figure is likely to grow. The Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone is located on Gaza's coast west of Khan Yunis. Over the past few months, repeated Israeli evacuation orders have shrunk the area of the camp, while displaced Palestinians have continued to arrive. According to the UN, there are now around 34,000 Palestinians squeezed into every square kilometre of the zone. That makes it amongst the most densely populated areas on Earth. Palestinians across Gaza have been repeatedly urged to relocate to the zone, but this isn't the first time the IDF has bombed them after they moved there. In July, Israeli airstrikes on al-Mawasi killed 90 people and injured 300 more. At the time, the IDF said the strikes had killed Mohammed Deif, the head of Hamas's military wing. That has never been confirmed, with Hamas claiming he's still alive. There have been 4 other air assaults on the camp since its designation as a safe zone last December. According to the IDF, the most recent strikes were, quote, precise and intelligence-based.
Oh, that's good. At least they were
targeted
precise.
at a Hamas control center in
intelligent.
the camp. They also claim to have killed 3 Hamas fighters involved in the October 7th attack on Israel. Hamas denies that any fighters were present at the scene, and the size of the craters left at al-Mawasi appear to be the result of heavier munitions, perhaps from amongst those supplied by the US in recent months. According to the Israeli government, it's received more than 50,000 tons of arms and equipment from the United States since the war began. And the US completed its 500th air delivery of weapons to Israel just last month. One of the men responsible for that unfettered flow of bombs to Israel is US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And on the day of Israel's latest strike on Gaza's humanitarian zone, he's been in London meeting Foreign Secretary David Lammy, where he said this about the US's commitment to peace in the region.
From day one, our purpose has been not only to make sure that Israel can effectively ensure that October 7th never happens again, but also that the conflict doesn't spread. And we're intent on that. But the longer all of this goes on, the greater the risks of just that happening. So
So they've been doing everything they possibly could to keep this from spreading further? What? The most powerful government in the world? The most powerful military in the world? The one that's funding all of this? For 11 months, what have we been doing? The one thing we could have done effectively was stop giving them weapons. That'd be a good way to stop things. But no.
Israel, clearly for the Palestinian people, and especially Palestinians in Gaza, who desperately need this conflict to be over so that they can get the help that they need and begin to rebuild their lives. For every country in the region, the interest is clear. I can't speak to what's in the mind of Mr. Sinwar and where his interests lie. He will have to make those judgments for himself. But we remain resolute in working to bring the ceasefire over the line because
Keep blaming it on Hamas officials, Anthony. Seems really genuine. Everyone's buying it.
What you talking about?
Oh, it's getting cold over there in the UK, huh? Oh boy, winter is coming. You know, we need a winter is coming sound shot, because it is coming. Whether we want it to or not. Alright, penultimate video. France 24 English from 14 hours ago. UN chief says 6 colleagues recently killed in Israeli strike on Gaza school.
Illegal.
Israel so busy. The war crimes.
So it is then the highest death toll amongst its staff in a single incident. That from the UN's Palestinian Refugee Agency, UNRWA, as 6 staff members were killed as 2 airstrikes hit a school in central Gaza. The manager of the shelter amongst those killed, as well as other team members whose...
I think I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. You would think that killing UN employees would get you kicked out of the United Nations Security Council, right? It seems like the two would be linked. No? Am I being too logical about this? Am I missing something important here? Am I missing some sort of detail that explains this nonsense? Because how? How is Israel still part of that while they're murdering UN employees?
job, UNRWA says, had been to provide assistance to displaced people. Now, Israel says it conducted a strike on a command and control center in central Gaza, which it says was operated by Hamas. The Hamas-run government says that 18 people were killed in that strike.
Hamas-run government.
A little earlier on in the program, I spoke to correspondent in Jerusalem, Jordana Miller.
The Israeli army says that they targeted this school, which, by the way, has been targeted several times in this war, for Hamas to destroy a command and control center that was manned by Hamas. They say that.
Now, unless Hamas are small children, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about here. Because it seems like a large majority of people around here are children. Or at least a large number of people in this area that we can see right now are children, and it seems to be being used as a place for people to flee the rest of the conflict. However, it doesn't seem like that's going super great, like Israel's allowing that to happen at all. So I don't know, it's just weird how
there were planning and executing attacks against Israeli soldiers. They were sheltering there. And we've seen Israel do this before, right? It has hit dozens of UN schools turned shelters, claiming there are Hamas operatives there. And this is another case of that. And it's clearly, we've seen it so many times that in addition to any Hamas militants that are killed, there are often civilians killed. And the UN here saying that 6 of their workers are killed. They're outraged. Remember, over 200 UN workers have been killed during this war, which is a lot of...
She can't... France? I don't know what's up with France. They seem to be really struggling to just say the truth about what's happening. She's struggling to say, that's a lot of UN workers. It's like... Yeah, no kidding, it's a lot. I mean, come on. Wake up. You should have noticed it was a lot. Like, a while back, you said there's 100, 200? Whatever it was too many. And this was just 6 people dying at once. So you had either 94 or 194 people to fucking figure out it was a lot already. Whichever number is fucking, it's either one's too much. Doesn't really matter. But it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that Israel's still being given the respect of the media, of governments. They're still being not just given respect, but money and bombs to continue what they're doing, as if it's somehow, you know, is an acceptable thing. Like any of this is okay to continue. It's not. It's done. It's been done. The military part is over. The rest is all just death and destruction for just human beings, just civilians. Show me one spot in all of Gaza that hasn't been touched by an Israeli bomb, tank, whatever else. It's insane. Alright, now let's go here. Maybe, the Pentagon. Maybe they'll be able to explain this in our last video here. Forbes breaking news from 3 hours ago. Pentagon spokesperson pressed on U.S.'s position on arms deal with Israel after recent strike on Gaza school. This is promising. I'm sure this will go well.
Thank you, General, for taking the question. I have a question regarding the strike of the Israeli on the school in Gaza.
Illegal.
A few hours ago.
Okay.
There was some reports, we read in Europe some report about France and Germany and the Great Britain deciding to provide less weapons from now on to Israel because of this fact that keep happening. What is the position of the U.S. in light? From the military perspective, in light of what just happened.
Yes.
If you have anything to say.
Sure. So a few things. So first of all, I don't have any information to provide on the particular strikes that you're referencing, other than to say that
it's not a
from
good
the
start.
very beginning of Israel's operations, we've been very clear about the importance.
You mean
of
like October 8th?
Taking civilian safety into account, both from a planning and operations standpoint. And both publicly and privately, and I would point you to Secretary Austin's public comments and to the readouts that we've issued. This is a topic of frequent discussion between him and his Israeli counterpart. The bottom line is we believe that Israel has both a strategic and a moral imperative in terms of protecting civilians. I will also highlight, though, that there is culpability.
I feel like for some reason maybe I just don't understand what the word imperative means. Imperative. Maybe I'm a big dummy. Because I could have sworn imperative meant a necessity, something that must be done. Of vital importance, crucial, essential, or urgent. Oh, no, it's exactly what I thought it was. Weird. Weird, Pat. It's not checking out, pal.
On the side of Hamas in terms of their techniques and procedures of embedding their operations within civilian infrastructure to include.
So all the people that we just witnessed, the people in the trench that were blown to bits, the people at the school who were killed, you're telling me that they all died, it's all Hamas's fault. Is that what you're telling? That's what he's telling us. I mean, people, that's literally what he's telling us. It's not Israel's fault for, dropping the bombs. It's not the U.S.'s fault for giving them the bombs, even though they knew what they were going to do with them. No, it's Hamas's fault for being entrenched in every spot that Israel seems to bomb, it seems. And it's like Hamas is. And what's weird is, with this level of entrenchment, you would think that you would have seen, Hamas members somewhere. And yet I don't see anybody wearing any sort of like military gear or carrying guns. And we see footage of Gaza constantly, just every fucking day. There's so much of it. And if they're so entrenched, you would think you'd see at least one or two. But no. No, we really don't see any because this supposed threat just doesn't exist. It's just a premise for Israel to use to justify its horrific decision to carry out a fucking genocide. It's just the facts. Well, we got through another one. Seems like there's a never-ending supply of awful out there in the void. Thankfully, we've gotten through at least another day. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technopoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. For your space benefits, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy, does not have the privilege of enjoying. But you can, by clicking that link, chat, or in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. We're gonna have a speed after stream here because I need to go to bed. Also, we are like at 6 hours. Feel better soon. What does that mean? I'm not sick. I'm not sick right now. I'm just 4:20 in the morning.
has been is the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, to see what is possible and what can be, unburdened by what has been and who has done what. Always believe in what can be, unburdened by what has been. That is what I want for you, is to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, to solve what could be, unburdened by what has been, to solve what could be, unburdened by what has been, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, to see what is possible and what can be, unburdened by what has been, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. We see what can be, unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. A future unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. We see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. The pursuit of what can be, unburdened by what has been. You gotta be able to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. You all have the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. We see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see America as it can be, unburdened by what has been. President Johnson saw what could be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. The ability to see America as it can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. And what can be, unburdened by what has been. To have the power and ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been.
GalacticStreamLord, thank you for the raid. Hey Ron, what's up? Okay, let's go to... I mean... Fuck it! Let's go! Let's go!
Oh
Bro.
shit!
Hiya!